Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to the Friday stream. That's right. That's right. We made it. So pat yourself on the back, you said working person. You have made it to the end of the week, the end of the working week, which is such an important day on the working person's calendar. I cannot stress this enough, ladies and gentlemen. It is a time of great celebration. It is one where you walk into the workplace or wherever you are with your usual weekly torture, let's just call it, and you will say to other people, "Friday." And happy Friday to you. Ollie Atlas is in the house. How we going? Cheese Swiss here too. Thanks for doing the roll call. It's good to have you. And yeah, it's Friday in Australia. If it's for the international audience and you're just joining us now, and it's Thursday evening, I guess, Thursday night, then let me just tell you that the future is bright. Let me just reiterate that. The future is very bright. But yes, this is one of the most important days on the working week. Working calendar, I guess you would say, the eve of the weekend. That is a special time where the clutches of capital cannot touch us. Let me repeat, the clutches of capital, it should not be touching us at all or interfering with our freedom. So I hope that you, if you're listening to this, get some freedom over the next couple of days and get to do whatever it is that you want to do over the weekend. Like I said, such an important time for us all. And in saying all of that, I would like to pay my respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders. Like, honestly, it is on your shoulders that the entirety of modern society is built. Everything you see around you. If you are joining me, you're obviously on a device. If you're joining me, in any way, actually, you're obviously on a device. That thing that you're holding, the components of it, the software, the hardware, everything. Someone put some incredible effort in to deliver that totality into your hands or into your sphere of influence right now. Some working person did all of those things. So let's just remember that it is on our backs, the backs of working people, that the entirety of modern society is built. And let's just, take the time to appreciate that. And that really means when you take the time to appreciate that, that is like enjoying your weekend or something like that. And so if you do have to work on the weekend, I hope you get adequately compensated for that. I really do. It's a very, very important thing. If not, I hope you get some type of, like penalty rates or, a day off somewhere else. It's really important for us to treasure those little things that, working people really have fought hard to get, not just to make all the value, but to make sure you have like little luxuries in your life here, there, and everywhere. So here's to those little luxuries. 4AS is in the house too. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Give up your Poppins alt-right pipeline. Jerry, that's right. We are going down the right-wing pipeline, part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an interesting slog over the last 3 weeks. We have taken the time to go down the right-wing pipeline, and this time we are focusing in on a very particular individual and very influential individual in the Anglosphere and in the Western world generally, a prominent thought leader, a giant, a titan of the culture wars. That's right, none other than, you guessed it, Tucker Carlson. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going down the right-wing pipeline. So, keep your legs, your arms, yourselves inside the vehicle at all times. It may get turbulent. I'm not going to lie to you. We may see some things. We may learn some things that we're not fully acquainted with. But I think a lot of people are kind of across the rhetoric that comes out of a mouth like this. But again, we do this in earnest. We really do this to try and figure out, what is it that inspires working people around the world? No judgment. No judgment. Only if it's funny, then we judge. But like, no judgment. We're just trying to understand what it is that grips the hearts and the minds of working people like you and me. The culture wars are nothing but a divisive tactic. He's a champion of it. But like, there are forces at play here that go beyond even the realms of the almighty and powerful Tucker Carlson. You could just say that he's a puppet. Like Chomsky says to a journalist that is interviewing him, look, I'm not saying that you are the coordinator of the manufacturing consent machine, but the fact that you're here denotes to me that you must have played ball and you're part of the cogs of that machine that helps manufacture consent. So like, take him as you please, whether you think he is instrumental or just another mouthpiece, but he's a culture warrior. And it's important for us, again, to be across what working people are digesting all the time. Everyone's favorite centrist influencer. That's interesting. So you refer to him as a centrist. That's very interesting. Bit of an enigma with his recent takes. Yeah, he definitely plays like a good populist. He definitely knows how to play Tucker Carlson. He definitely knows how to play to the working person's tune and to get them energized and ready for whatever he actually wants them to do. He can direct them quite well. If you're watching this on TikTok, welcome. We are going to be going down the right-wing pipeline, so we're going to be watching videos of Tucker Carlson. Now, you can enjoy this best if you go over to YouTube and follow along with us on YouTube. The link is in my bio on TikTok. Unless you just want to hear my voice, then stick around for that. I'm not going to complain. It's a wonderful voice. Ever lovers in the house. G'day. Give up your peanuts. Captain Mystery is here. I do take peanuts in exchange for my services, so I'm glad you pointed that out. Just remember that, everybody. And we're taking us for a joyride. We are, and it is courtesy, might I say, of Jerry Poppins, also, or AKA the chairman of the Cord, if you're across our Discord community. He often plays both sides game, so he can play the good guy by questioning both, but he often focuses on pandering towards the right. Ollie Atlas, I think that is actually a quite good description of kind of the phenomenon that is Tucker Carlson, because you catch yourself listening to him sometimes, you're like, yeah, that's right. Like, he does play the both sides game, and I think he does do that so he can appear to be the good guy. He's like, hey, I'm just asking the questions, like, kind of thing, that shtick he has. He's like, oh my god, like, oh, I'm just doing what I'm doing, like, kind of thing. So we'll get to the bottom of that and we'll analyze that as we go. But yeah, very good point. But he leans, yes, I would say, as a Fox News derivative, I would say that he moves towards the right on most things. Whether he's anti-establishment or not, I think that's a running theme that we can tell from the culture wars now, which is, gives me hope, is that it is both, in both sides of the culture wars, it is the working people that are kind of, oh my God, there's some evil cabal of corporatists out there. Some will call them globalists, some will call them rich ruling elite, the bourgeoisie, whatever you want to call them. There is a sentiment on both sides of the culture wars that there are rich ruling elites out there that are calling the shots and making our lives more difficult than they need to be in this day and age. And so you can work with that, and he does call upon that sort of stuff. Peanuts for these nuts. Wings of cheese in the house. What's up? Give up is not rail. Yeah, fair enough. Give up is not rail. Let's see what the developments are with Israel and Palestine. But, don't hold your breath. They're still holding out aid, and they seem to have killed a few more people as well since we last looked at that. Oh, $20. I wanted a peanut. Yeah, it's so good. But money can be, $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain. We need the man who complained about M&Ms being sexualized on our side. So I didn't understand the M&Ms reference, but if you'd like to give me the rundown, I'm more than happy to explore it. So tell me what you know about M&Ms, eh? Being sexualized. Yeah, I'm not across everything that Uncle Tucky's gets through. So like the name of the playlist that we're looking at today, given to us again by the largely esteemed Jerry Poppins, who has curated, like I said, curated this for us. The name of the playlist that you can see is Uncle Tuck's Greatest Hits. So that's where we're going today. We're going down the pipeline with Uncle Tucky's. So like I said, strap yourself in and let's just jump into it, shall we? I would like to know. Eh? Yeah, Tucker Carlson, he made a news segment. Uncle Tuck, yeah, no, it's pretty funny, isn't it? And he had lipstick, because green M&M isn't hot anymore. I'm going to call him that from now on. What, Uncle Tuck? Yeah. Let's go with Uncle Tuck for now. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, let's see him talk and do his thing. And I'll monitor the chat and like you comment away and we'll talk about this as we go, shall we?
But the question really is, what is going on?
Oh, sorry. This piece, just so you know, for context, this piece is called Here's What You Need to Remember When Debating the Left. So it's a nice little bridge for us into this topic. We're going to go straight down into the culture wars about how you can fight against the evil left machine. I can send a link to the video in the stream chat. Please do. Might as well. It's the theme of the day. Eh?
And it's a little bewildering for me since I have done a species of the same job for over 20 years. Go on TV, debate the public policy issues. They typically break down along left and right. And it's been pretty straightforward. There's an argument about what the country ought to do corporately as a country, and each side marshals evidence to support their respective cases. I think we ought to do this, and here's my evidence. The other side says the same, and viewers can decide who's got the most evidence. This is often described as a left-right debate, and it has been. And now, with the temperature rising, I would argue to probably dangerous levels in Washington, people often come up to me in airplanes and say, the partisan bitterness is so intense. People are in their camps. It's become tribal. It's awful. And of course, I agree with that completely. But it does raise the question, what is this actually about? And it's something that I've brooded on for the last year and a half as it's gotten more intense. And my initial assumption, as I just said, was that this was a debate over ideas. And it's not. It's nothing like that. And one of the reasons that the rest of us are so unsettled by this is because we don't recognize what's actually happening. This is a theological debate. This is a spiritual debate. And let me just say very clearly, it's not a debate between good and evil. I know a lot of people on the other side, they're my neighbors. I live in a city that voted 96% for a candidate I didn't vote for and would never vote for. And they're good people, a lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. And a lot of them are my friends. So when I'm debating...
You're right, Ollie Atlas. He does the good guy thing, isn't he? Like, he definitely he will take the time to put in, like, qualifiers in his speech. It's like, look, the people on the other side, there's good people. They're not all good people, but there are good people. So, yeah, he does put in qualifiers to make himself seem as humanly appealing as possible. It's a good tactic when you're trying to work the crowd.
Someone, I don't assume that person is a bad person because most of them aren't. But that doesn't mean that it is not a religious debate. That's what it is. So my whole childhood into my adulthood, the debate was between people of faith and people of reason. That was the way the debate was presented to us, between people who believed in God and people who believed in science. I was always more on the God side, but I acknowledge science. That's no longer what it is. And this came to me recently, maybe 6 months ago.
Morning, all. Got to lurk and work today, but I should be finishing early. Ooh, I know what that means. It's good to have you in, Dr. Nathan. Welcome. We're just going to be looking at some tuckies today, so It's probably not a bad time for you to just work and, bask in the glory of Uncle Tuk Tuk's greatest hits, as the playlist has been named by Jerry Poppins. There are people like then the hardcore I'm a jerk and proud of it crowd in the hardcore range. Yeah, and he's not openly a jerk and proud of it, is he? He does like to give that balance. On most things, you see him sometimes getting pretty staunch, and then he'll say, like, in regards to a particular issue, no, I'm not giving up on this one. I don't care. Like immigration or something.
During a debate on gender.
Where's he going
with this? It came to me
this?
recently, maybe 6 months ago, during a debate on gender and the biological reality of gender, which is being challenged. And let me just say at the outset that I am by temperament not a judgmental person, and I actually don't care how people dress. And I hope you won't judge me for my ludicrous neckwear.
Outrageous.
So I wasn't going
bro.
into it
Outrageous.
hoping to attack anyone, but I was going into it with an assumption that I thought every person in the Western world had, which is that biology is real. I had 4 children, okay? And I didn't change a ton of diapers, but enough to know that biology is actually real. Everything they told me in 6th grade turns out to be true. We have boys and girls, they grow up to become men and women. This is not the product of our choice.
I didn't know. I was wondering where we were going with this one. I was like, he's talking about religion. He's talking about science. He's framing it as like, there's a lot of good people on all sides. Here we go. He's framed it's religion versus science. It's a good framing. It's a very good framing. It's intelligent how he sets things up, I must say. It's more or less annoying when someone has to be fake for the sake of politics. Well, hey, I think that is pretty much the definition of politics, right? Keeping up appearances. Indoctrinations. Tuck's saying nothing I ain't heard before. Just keen to hear your interpretation. That's the thing, isn't it, eh? That's the culture wars right there. Indoctrinate them. In a nutshell, eh? There is an issue and everybody interprets, eh? Hopefully we can get working people to interpret the same on the big ticket ones like the economic issues. Hey, that's what we're all here for. That's what we're all here for. So let's not get lost in the culture wars, but it will be entertaining nonetheless. Ollie Atlas, like that sweet and all, Carl, but at least be honest, pal. Well, let's see how we get him on the scale of honesty today.
It's not what we want. It's up to become men and women. This is not the product of our choice. It's not what we want. It's what happens organically because it is nature. And nature, by its nature, is something over which we have no control. We can't make the sun rise. We can't stop the hurricanes. We have to adjust our lives to the things we did not create and cannot control. That is called reality. It is as we find it. And we are the ones who adapt. All of a sudden, and this seems self-evident to me, that's not a political question. By the way, if you can stop the sun from rising, go ahead and show me. And I'll be impressed. And you can redefine the terms of the debate. But until you do that, I'm going to assume that we're both working off the same set of notes here called biological reality. And in the middle of that debate...
Yeah, I know, right? I want a hot Carl from Tuk Tuk. Thanks for that imagine in my head. Yeah, thank you very much for painting that picture. I'm not going to be able to get out now for the next few hours as we go down this pipeline.
Which very quickly became a non-debate, became one person talking and me staring like a golden retriever, like, well, really? I learned that I was talking to someone who believed that he had control over nature itself. I don't think there should be two sexes, therefore there aren't. Now, at the level of like college dorm room theorizing, I could, okay, maybe there should be more sexes. I don't know. Maybe there should be free ice cream. I'm for that. But there isn't.
There is free ice cream. You have to find it. It's bullshit.
And in that moment, I realized I was not having a political conversation. I was having a theological one. And once I began to see the world through that lens, everything made sense. There are two camps. They are not Republicans and Democrats. They are not liberals and conservatives. Those terms mean less than they have meant in my lifetime. I couldn't exactly tell you what a conservative is on the issues. What tax rate does a conservative support? I don't know. Is a conservative for invading Syria? I'm not sure. So it's actually not the root argument. The root argument is, do you think you're in control of the universe or don't you? That is what we're actually debating. And it goes by various names. There's a lot of deception that prevents us from seeing what's really being discussed. But the truth is, the people who run most of our institutions in this country, and by the way, they're of both parties, tend to believe that they are wholly in charge. You heard your pastor sum it up, almost parenthetically, but very precisely. God raises us from the dead. You will die. That's the one thing you can't control. Doesn't matter how many boxes you check, how virtuous you are. In the end,
I don't know, man. The tech bros are working on that sort of stuff. Don't worry, they are working on it. And that hot mic thing from the China military parade that we saw this year, and Putin and Xi Jinping are laughing about how they can get, was it just them or was Kim Jong-un? No, I think it was just the two of them laughing about how they're going to get all of these organ replacements and so they can live for longer and stuff like that. They're working on that one. You're going to change your theological and control discussion based on whether or not the ultra powerful and wealthy will be able to live forever. It's coming, baby. For us, then that opens an interesting question. Does religion have to be ultimately regressive? And does science have to be ultimately progressive? Is it a problem to make qualifiers that there is a difference between sex and gender? Science, as he puts it, isn't questioning sex. You were born a boy and a girl, but the qualifier is gender is a social construct, and trans people have been there when you do look throughout history. If you look hard enough, hey, there we go. But you have to look, just like when you want to get free ice cream, you have to find it. It's not always just there in front of you. Jungle Potatoes. Is Tuk Tuk saying that certain mental disorders such as gender dysphoria doesn't exist? Or does he accept it but thinks people should just suck it up and suffer? Wings of Cheese. I don't mind being religious, but even if I was a Christian, I'd be very skeptical about another person telling me how to interpret the Bible. Yeah, I know, that's the more dangerous form of Christian, isn't it? I actually read the Bible and it says this. Get him, like kind of thing. You need to be interpreted it for you. It is the infamous Jerry Poppins in the house, eh? Sir Tuckles, king of the caveat, culture war conjurer, mouthpiece of the people, from peasant to the president. Very good. Welcome. And we are like, I was grappling for the first, and like, we're 5 minutes into a 12-minute piece here, and I'm still not sure exactly where he's going with this, but it's gripping. It's definitely gripping. And I will be giving you my analysis on this, so like towards the end, I'd say, because it's one of those culminating pieces of content here. It's not, hey, here's the answer and stick around if you liked it. It's like, man, you got to watch the end to understand what's going on here. But so far, what he has constructed is an impressive line of argumentation that seems to have one incredible flaw for me so far. And the flaw is thus. Now, what he said here is he grew up in a family, presumably conservative. I believe that's what he alluded to, where it was this understanding that there was a distinction between religion and reason. So there was those who believe in some type of spiritual phenomenon that is outside the realm of scientific notion, and he sided with the religion, and the arguments that he heard from people against his religious inclinations were, well, like, how can you argue this with any form of reason? You're just using faith, like a belief in something, as opposed to it being in any hard fact form. Now, I believe what he's insinuating here is that now his position as a conservative, I guess, let's just say that for now, is he is now looking to reason and science in the debate on gender and transgenderism. I don't know how to quantify that into one umbrella term, but let's just go with that. And so, like, he's taking a scientific or a reasoned approach to it, and the people that I guess argue in opposition to his position on whether there are, multiple genders or not, he sees them as taking a religious approach to this. They just believe in it, so it must be real. Now, here's the flaw in his argumentation, I'm assuming, but I'll have to watch the rest of it, is that if he has an appreciation for faith, of believing in things that can't be explained only through science and reason, then can't he empathize with these people that he argues against? Can't he see that, like, there is a distinction then between what some people would see as a reasoned argumentation or a scientific argumentation, and then people can still have the ability to believe in something that you might not call concrete science or something, or concrete reason or something like that? Like, shouldn't he be the type of person who's lived through this experience of being patronized for his religious zeal? Like, wouldn't he be able to empathize the most with people out there that are transgender or argue for the transgender rights of people? Wouldn't he be able to empathize the best with them because he understands that there is a realm outside of simply reason and science? But, like, maybe he's getting there. Maybe he's about to say, I understand what these people are all on about. I feel your dog as a Christian. Maybe he's going there, but I guess time will tell. We will see. Well, man, I missed a bit here. We did psych and learned that there was a case in the 1960s where there were people actually became trans, exceedingly rare, but it was wild. I guess my psych teacher with ADHD was a cultural Marxist too, Tuck. His argument is flawed, became trans naturally. If what his argument is true, humanism doesn't exist. Plenty of religious people are in the STEM in the Caribbean. What do you mean by naturally? He's a slow burn speaker. Oh, yeah, right. Certainly takes you for a walk through the garden while presenting his fountain of knowledge and perspective. Yeah, he definitely walks through the garden with you, right? Up the garden path. But in terms of physical sex without surgery, Jungle Potatoes, don't get me started on its natural arguments. I hate them with a fiery passion. Mystery? Yeah, it's just like greed is natural. Hey, that's the neoliberal line, right? But, like, greed is human nature, right? That's what I mean. There wasn't a surgical process or money involved. It's quite literally H. Oh, right. That's what you mean. Like, their physical sex change. Sounds like an interesting case study. Oh, like, literally, it just switched on them. It's like that thing from Jurassic Park when they're, like, trying to figure out how the dinosaurs are mating and stuff like that. And they're just like, but they got frog DNA. He's asking why the left has left view of logic for a flavor of their own. Logic was once universal, he says, no more. Not for the left. Yes. And, like, that's an interesting argumentation, right? He's saying, like, okay, you're the people that have attacked me with science because of my religious flair. But now, when the tables have turned and someone argues in the favor of religion and, of science and reason, you take a dissimilar approach, a contradictory approach. You don't apply the same logic. But then I would counter him by saying, well, can't you see what they're doing then? Can't you empathize with it? You understand what it's like to have a belief beyond reason and beyond science. So, like, don't you understand what they're talking about? Can't you understand exactly what they're talking about, what they're experiencing? You should be able to put yourself in their shoes. I'm assuming, right? He's felt it. He's been there. Yeah, that's what I mean. LOL. It's the frogs, man. It's the frogs. I think Alex Jones warned us all about the frogs, right? Sup, peeps? Solar Bear in the house. Welcome. We're going down the Tuckies pipeline. But, like, yeah, I'm cutting him off for too long. I do want to see where he's going. I'm only halfway down the garden path, Jerry Poppins.
You will lie, likely alone, terrified, and in pain, and exit this world. That awaits all of us, and on some level we know that every moment of every day.
Bleak.
Christians look at that, which is the basic and most painful truth of life, death, and say, I have a hope of what comes after.
Amen.
That is the essence of, from my perspective, as a non-theologian talk show host, far be it from me to lecture you on theology. As an Episcopalian, it's kind of ludicrous I've been saying this. But that is the most basic of all truths. And by the way, it is also the root of all anxiety. Your anxiety, if you strip it away, if you get the onion to its core, you know you're going to die. Only faith in God answers what happens next. So there is the other half of our country, I wouldn't even say it's half, that looks at that and says, no, we have control of life and death. This is really a debate about who's in charge. It's a debate ultimately in charge. It's a debate over power. And the one thing that powerful people can never admit is that their power is limited. In fact, it's harder to get them to admit that. I'm just searching for a metaphor here. Maybe than to get a camel through the eye of a needle. That's what that's really about, in my opinion. The more power you have, the harder it is for you to admit that in the end you have no power. That is the thing they are hiding from you. And that is the thing they will go to any length to prevent you from knowing. That in the end, they're as sad and terrified as you are, as we all are, because that's the nature of living as a human being, with the unknown and with the power.
So maybe this explains why Peter Thiel is so hardcore Christian all of a sudden, and is giving lectures on the Antichrist. He's like, he's got it all, man. Like, that guy's got it all. He's got the vice president in his pocket. Like, the president of the United States owes him favors. He's a multi-billionaire. He's got his hands in all these companies and corporations. And like, maybe he's just found Christ because he can't come to terms with his mortality. And until the transhumanist stuff that he's working on pays off, he's going to have to make sure he hedges his bets a little bit, just in case he don't get let into heaven. That's going to be tough. Poor guy. Give me a word chipper, and I can get a wood chipper, sorry, and I can get a camel through the eye of a needle. Okay, fair enough. Maybe he used the wrong metaphor for you there. Also, just noting that you probably won't get through everything, so you do have a license to skim read the title for anything that you particularly enjoy. Yes, thank you. I might even put it to the group. Let's do some consensus, or at least voting, on the watch party today. I'll get the list out, and we'll say, what do we do next? You know, when you're in the womb very early on, your physical sex is considered female before you develop genitals. That case I was talking about was delayed until puberty. Interesting. Or testes and PP. So good. Is that how you get through the sensor? I'm guessing that is a certain presentation of intersex. Calzone in the house. Reckon there'll be public backlash to Peter Thiel's types at the next election, though. What do you mean by Peter Thiel types? Like, do you mean like JD Vance? And like people that are kind of in that little club with Thiel and fuck, what's his name? Oh my god. All I can think of is his pseudonym, Mencius Moldbug. How can I forget his name? Oh, he's their in-house philosopher. Curtis Yarvin. Oh my god. Yeah, anyone who's in there in the club with Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel. I don't know. From what I can see. What next election? Hey, pipe down, you. Hey, how dare you? Question. Yeah, Yarvin. My god. Yeah, look. From what I can see, and this is just stuff that comes up in my feed, is like, actually, like, people are pinning their hopes on Vance. I think I even heard him talk about wanting to support Vance and, like, you know, other right-wing kind of fringe, so they're not integrated in like the Republican machine or the Fox News network or something like that. Fringe thought leaders, like, you know, they like Vance. They think he's an intelligent young man and they think he could do a good job. So I don't know. Something drastic is going to happen. I really thought that people were going to go for him. I thought that's what he was setting up. Mr. Nice Guy over here was setting up for a run as president. Um, but like, yeah, maybe he doesn't have the right backers, because like it really is like ancient Rome kind of stuff here. Like you have to have the right power players behind you have to have the right factions behind you to be able to make it in the presidency. There's so many people that you have to rely on and put in positions, in various elements, like various departments, and like you have to have the right chief of staff to get you the right connections to the right people, so you can just run an administration. And like maybe he's not connected enough at this point, but JD Vance has been in the halls of power now. I guess that's one thing that being in the hot seat, being VP, does for you. It exposes you to all the intricacies of managing the imperial core of the capitalist world machine. And like look at how Trump's done it. He's just put like a whole bunch of billionaires in there. So maybe Tucker doesn't have kind of that entourage yet. But yeah, I've heard that Vance is a good ticket at the moment. And like Jack's right. It might not even be a whole election thing. It just may be state of war. I predict it'll be America in a state of war, and they'll have to have some type of emergency provisions. And Trump might step down for health issues. Maybe he'll just die because he's just old and unhealthy. And the VP will step in, and Peter Thiel will have his network state, and the rest will be history. The rest will be history.
Powerlessness of being human and not being God. So look, here's the point. It used to be the faithful versus the secular. I don't know if that was ever true. I don't think there is a secular person, period. We are hardwired for faith. It is baked in the cake. It's who we are. So the question is, are you going to worship God?
Even if there are elections, the outcome will be predetermined. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be like, those wartime elections, right? Yeah, well, fingers crossed. I got it. Jackie Bailey's in the house. Welcome. You like your Friday streams? Welcome to the Tucker Carlson show. This is the Uncle Tuck greatest hits playlist that we're on today. So I hope everyone likes a bit of Uncle Tuck, as curated by the infamous Jerry Poppins.
Are you going to worship man? That's the question. The cake, it's who we are. So the question is, are you going to worship God or are you going to worship man? That's the question. And so that is the debate. And you see it. I mean, that is why if you look up at your screen, and I hope, though I do work in TV, I hope you don't spend too much time watching television. Probably not so good for you. When you look up and you see people and you think, wait, I can't tell if I agree with that person or not. Person says he agrees with me, but I can tell he's not speaking for me. It's because the categories have been completely shifted around. There are people who say they're in your party, on your side, have your beliefs, and yet at the very bottom of their assumptions is the belief that they're in charge. Okay? This is what the debate, I don't want to get political, but the one subject I'll mention, political subject, is abortion. And by the way, I'm not political at home. We don't talk politics in my house. I never talk to my children about politics or with my wife. The only subject that I've ever broached with my 4 children is the question of abortion, not because...
Is abortion a political issue, though? Like, I think that is the $1 million question. Like, who decided that this was even a point of politics? Like, honestly, why is it politicized to start with? This seems to be the realm of medical sciences or medical faith, whatever you want to call it. It's medical secularism or it's medical faith. Let's just use his terms of reference here. But like, he's like, we don't talk politics, but I'll talk about abortion. Like, why? Like, is that even politics? Is it? Like, if people have the right to self-determination or right to bodily autonomy, and as an extension of that, I guess you can call that then a form of politics because it's a human right or it's a civil right. But it's only via extension or through the lens of whether or not you consider people should have control over their bodies or not, or should have any say in what happens to them medically. But like, is it really politics? Is that politics? I'm confused by that framing. It's a dangerous assumption, to be honest. It's a very dangerous assumption because then by default, hey, it's a political issue, so it's up for debate. But is it even up for debate in the first place? Like, I don't know. Like, when I go to the dentist and I decide whether or not to get a filling or just to get a checkup, like, should people have a concern and say, look, Mr. E, you got to get fillings. Because if you don't get fillings, then you're going to come back and you're going to clog up the system because you've got shitty teeth. And like, that's just going to cost the taxpayer more money somehow. You know, you bastard. Look after your teeth, you grub. But like, is that really a political issue? Or is that a conversation between me and a professional? Like, I just don't see where the assumption is inherent there. Like, it's undeniable that like this is a political issue. I think it's been made a political issue. I don't even think it should be political in the first place. It's beyond me, that form of logic. It really is. The religious zealots. It's actually Thursday still. Got a few more hours. Ah, right. Okay. The religious zealots. It's about divide. Go and get your beard shaved. Is it political? I know, right? Like, should he have a beard? Like, is that political? Hey? They like to make it that way. Remember to floss, kiddies. Yeah, I like, I don't know if it should be a political issue, to be honest.
I wanted to, but because it's the most basic question. Do you have the power to take life? Is it up to you to decide when life ends? Are you God? That's the real question behind it. Are you God?
So, like, let me just get the inflex of that, because this one has plagued me. This is my angle on it. It's like, how do you honestly politicize this issue? Isn't this the politicized nature of this issue really comes down to individual freedom, really, and whether you support individual freedom. If you support individual freedom, the buck stops there, and like, you have to kind of just allow for people to make the right choices. That's just what they should be doing in a free and liberal society. But like, the inflex of what he's talking about is like, only God can take life, kind of thing. Well, like, what's the inflex there? The inflex is when two people come together and do the hanky panky and create life. Are they playing God by doing that? Like, should people even have the right to choose to make life? I thought that's what God's supposed to do. Isn't God the creator? Like, God should be the only one who gets to decide whether to create life or not. Like, so when two people, have a few drinks at a bar, go off for a one night stand, and then like somebody gets pregnant, like, they were playing God. Like, how outrageous that is. Should they be allowed to play God in the first place? I don't know. Like, going through this logic of like, if you make life, deciding to take life is some type of act of God. Well, then of course the making of life must be an act of God as well. This is really difficult stuff. Afro hair curls so much that if people with it shave their hair, they get ingrown hairs constantly and scarred faces. So no beard shaving then, is what I'm hearing. But what if God told her to take out the... What if God... Could you imagine? Like, look, I'm only here because I had a premonition. God came to me and told me to be here at this clinic or whatever, or to buy this pill. Like, I'm only here because God told me to. Like, what do you want me to do here? Eh? Like, honestly. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Especially since they can't even decide when life starts. Or is it at conception, or is it at birth, or is it in between? Like, yeah, like, if you want to frame this as playing God, like, there are many questions to ask here. Should humans have the right to get pregnant in the first place? Like, to have sexual intercourse and get pregnant? I think, like, if you're really worried about playing God, like, you should just start cutting people's balls off. And like, what they do with dogs. Like, usually when a dog is born, they don't... I don't know. Actually, do they do that to female dogs as well? I don't know if they do, but I'm pretty sure if they have a dog in the pound, they do in Australia anyway. They cut the balls off all male dogs to make sure they don't go around playing God and like producing other little dogs that go around and be a menace to society. Like if we want to play God here, they're gonna have to start doing the choppy choppy. And like, is that where we're going with this conversation? Playing God is a very interesting angle for this conversation. Life starts in the balls. Every load is billions lost. There's a good Monty Python song about that, right? Every sperm is sacred, right? And why you shouldn't touch yourself. It's a waste. All right, I'll let him finish.
And I think it's pretty clear that no, you're not. And I've been, pretty hesitant about telling my kids what tax rate they should support. I don't have any hesitance at all in telling them the truth. You're not God. You don't get to decide when to end life. It's not up to you. You weren't born with that power. You will never have that power. The only time you get to take life is in self-defense. That's it. And abortion doesn't qualify. I think once you know that, it puts everything in perspective. Once you know that you're not in charge, your whole worldview changes. You're much less vulnerable to hubris, which is the great killer. What comes before the fall? Anyone? Oh, I love that. Can I get an amen? They don't say that in my church. I love that. Can I get a witness? My whole life I've wanted to say that. Thank you. You just made a dream come true for an Episcopalian boy from Washington. That's so awesome. Excuse me. Anyway, it's not a question of what's...
Life begins at foreplay. Oh my God.
specific bullet points in somebody's platform you believe or support. I'm sure if you unfurled the Republican platform, there are things I've never heard of and don't agree with. Same with the Democratic platform. The only question that matters is, do you think you're God? So I don't know, I'm sure all my neighbors would lay down their lives for the right to have an abortion. I don't think any of them would have an abortion or want their girls to have an abortion. They think it's disgusting. I don't think anybody wants to have an abortion. I think people actually do have abortions tend to be alone and scared and poor. They're not doing it because they want to. They're doing it because there's no one there to support them in their decision not to. No one thinks it's a happy thing, so why are people willing to pound on the front doors of the Supreme Court over it? You saw it yesterday. Because they love abortion? It's disgusting. No one even uses the name. It's so disgusting. They hide it behind euphemisms. No. What they're arguing for is the pretense that they're God. We reserve the right to end life because we're in charge. That's what they're really saying. That's what the debate is really about.
You'll hear people say that.
Here's what to remember when debating the left. So I think the real point of all of that was that when you're debating the left, there is no idealized juxtaposition between those who are secular arguing with those who are faith-based, that everyone is faith-based in some way. So how do you cut through the faith, basically? How do you cut through somebody's belief system? It would seem that I thought he was about to make a point about debating with the left in summation of all of that. But it doesn't seem that's where he was going. Now, there's some context. This was uploaded a year ago, but it's from Tucker Carlson speaking at Cornerstone, Nashville in 2018, October 2018. So, great time of the year, apparently. But like, this is when he's still at Fox News. This is this is before he makes the great leap and becomes his own independent media, I don't know, personality, let's call him. But like, from what I can understand in his line of argumentation is, if he does believe that everything really boils down to what people's faith and ideas are on an issue, as opposed to whether or not there is actually anything else that's grounded in why people make decisions, it just comes to what people have faith in, i.e. what they believe in. then basically what he is arguing is that the culture wars are eternal. And me and 4AS actually had an interesting discussion about this. Last night we were filming our podcast, which is coming out on Sunday. So make sure you go and subscribe to our podcast channel so you don't miss it. But like the discussion is like the question that was posed was, will the culture wars, like how do you stop the culture wars? And if you can take anything from this is you can't stop the culture wars. I think that's what he's really talking about. Is that there is no, like humans are inherently faith-based. They believe in certain things and they may even fight and die over those things, as he was saying. And he boiled it down and made it really simple that like people that support abortion will fight and die over the right to kill and to play God. Now, that's obviously his interpretation. That's his belief. But like he has basically said that, yeah, people will fight and die over this type of stuff, which is which is just based on a belief system. So the important takeaway from what he's saying is, if you want to learn a lesson from him, as opposed to just being offended by what he's saying or just being like, yeah, he said the thing that I agree with, is that, yeah, the culture wars are never going to go away. And so if anything, all that we can do in a channel that seems to be more and more these days increasingly devoted to moving away from the culture wars, is all you can do is reframe the conversation away from the culture wars. Again, I argued with his premise there on abortion being a political subject. Is it a political subject? I don't know if it really is a political subject, to be honest. I don't really think it's up for debate. It's not really up for debate at all. And if people have politicized it, then you have to call, instead of getting involved in the argument over whether it's right or wrong to do so, you actually challenge the premise of the conversation itself. Why are we even talking about this? Why should we be talking about this? What gives you the right to think that you have the ability to play God and say that this should be up for debate and it's not a personal issue or personal choice in the first place? Why do you get to play God and make this a political thing? Why do you think you have that control, which is what his argumentation was boiling down to? Everything's about control. Why do some people think they have the control to make this a political issue? This shouldn't be politicized, in my opinion. I know it has been, but like, challenge the premise. Challenge the premise from the start. Should we even be talking about it in the first place? Wings of Cheese, if this is a debate about abortion, should we be concerned about AI being used in war? Is AI God? Well, like I was reading an article the other day about how the Chinese have or not created, but they're working on artificial wombs, like AI wombs as they were calling them, but like they're these incubators. And so like soon it will be a question of, playing God in the sense of creation of life. He was just talking about the destruction of life, but in terms of the creation of life, should we be allowing robots to incubate humans in artificial wombs? That's an interesting question. It's a very interesting question. Especially if it's owned by a corporation and they just seek to profit off it. The assumption here, as well, is this. There are plenty of people, says 4AS, people have to get one cause they don't want to lose further life. Sometimes there's complications with pregnancy, and there are potential mums that advocate that if there's a choice between the baby and the mum, they choose the mum. They don't want the dad to raise a kid without them. They think that it is unfair. It's a heavy subject, but those convos happen. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to it beyond just the choice, right, of destruction or creation. Jerry Poppins, Jesus loves you, baby. Thanks, Jerry Poppins. Unless that was just a general quote. But if you're talking to me, then right back at you, baby. And sorry, the assumption he makes of they are playing God are simply taking life full stop. Does he? Gay? Look above my response to that. What shouldn't be we shouldn't be talking about this. That's all they divide, though. Yeah, it is part of the divide, right? Jerry Poppins, culture is like water. It takes in from what it is contained in, and the temperature is seldom static. She simmers, cools, boils, morphing the container as she fluctuates. Interesting. And I've had it said to me by a very wise person that politics is downstream from culture. And so, if culture is flowing on down, it's fluid as you have described. It expands, contracts, it moves, it morphs, then it feeds into our political outlook on things. May explain why some people are so prone to making certain things political when they should be left at the cultural level, potentially. All right, let's put it to the group. Next up on the Uncle Tug Tug's greatest hits. We just watched the first one, which is here's what you need to know about when debating the left. Then we've got some other ones. This is pretty rage baity. I wouldn't mind watching this, but it says the whole George Floyd story was a lie. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson explains why the CIA rejected him. Spiritual roots of our political dysfunction. They hate the truth. The old they. Eh? I wonder what that's really about. Liberty as separation of personal faith and the state. Can you expand upon that? I'm sure there's some gold in that statement. Liberty as separation of personal faith and state. I would like to know more. Man asked Tucker, how did you stay happy through hardship? Tucker Carlson on Leasing Fox News. Changing views. And that was Theo Von Clem. One vote. I vote the one in the stream chat. Oh, the one in the stream chat. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Is it the M&M's one? Yeah, let's start with that. The M&M one. All right, let's have a look. I vote for the stream chat. Hey, that wasn't an option. All right, let's do this. This is the M&M's thing. The way he so casually implies that the source of the orange M&M's anxiety is the lack of sexy boots in his life. Oh God, I want to know what this is. Right.
The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots. Now she's wearing sensible sneakers. Leading women do not wear sexy boots. Leading women wear frumpy shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule. The other big change is that the brown M&M has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&Ms will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and totally androgynous. Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. That's the goal. When you're totally turned off, we've achieved equity. They've won. The orange M&M will, quote, acknowledge and embrace his anxiety. And actually, if you look at him, the orange M&M does appear very anxious. Maybe he doesn't like all the ugly new shoes he sees around him. Maybe he liked the sexy boots.
So, is the joke here that they are way over analyzing something? That's pretty much it, right? They're way he's just taking it to the next level. Does he need to do that? This feels like an SNL skit. Finally, someone who talks about the real issues. Finally, a commentator who understands the real concerns facing America. Tucker always knows what the common people are really worried about. Finally. He's saying what we're all thinking. One more time. M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing... The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots. Now she's wearing sensible sneakers. Leading women do not wear sexy boots. Leading women wear frumpy shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule. The other big change is that the brown M&M has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&Ms will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and totally androgynous. Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. That's the goal. When you're totally turned off, we've achieved equity. They've won. The orange M&M will, quote,
acknowledge and embrace his anxiety. And actually, if you look at him, the orange M&M does appear very anxious. Maybe he doesn't like all the ugly new shoes he sees around him. Maybe he likes.
It's brilliant how he can say all of this with such a straight face, right? You have to ask the question. Like, how good are his skills? Like, as an actor, as a presenter, to be able to say all of this and so straight, deadpan, right? So good. Like, maybe he's so anxious because somebody took away the sexy shoes. So good. The sexy boots. Oh, man. Very good. I understand the reference now. Look, I'm going for the George Floyd one because no one said anything. So tough, everybody else.
Now that we know that it was not, in fact, a pandemic.
Tucker Carlson is joined by Vince Everett Ellison to discuss George Floyd's death and the Democrat Party's glorification of his life. So this is November 2023. But it was uploaded a year ago. All right, let's have a look to see what he says about this.
Pandemic of the unvaccinated. Now that we know that it was not, in fact, a pandemic of the unvaccinated, now that we know that Ukraine is not actually winning the war against Russia, it could be time to revisit some of the other slogans we've been assured are true and ordered to repeat. Are they, in fact, true? Did, for example, a racist white cop actually murder a man called George Floyd, a civil rights leader, in Minneapolis on Memorial Day of 2020? Now, we've been told that happened, told it relentlessly for more than 3 years. So at this point, we've been told it so much that pretty much everybody seems to believe it. And because everyone does kind of believe it, a small group of people has been allowed to make massive changes to American society. They include, but are not limited to, decriminalizing stealing, defunding the police, adding a new federal holiday to the calendar called Juneteenth, the ceasing of hiring all white men in corporate America, and of course, significantly, they also sent a cop called Derek Chauvin to prison for more than 40 years. He would be the racist white devil who murdered George Floyd. But the question is, did he actually murder George Floyd? And the answer is, well, no, he didn't murder George Floyd. And we're not guessing about that. We know it conclusively thanks to a new court case now underway in Hennepin County, Minnesota. The case was brought by a prosecutor there called Amy Sweezy. She's suing her boss. So the case is not actually about George Floyd or Derek Chauvin, but it tells you an awful lot about both of them. In her deposition, which you should read, Amy Sweezy describes a conversation that she had with the county medical examiner, Andrew Baker, right after George Floyd died. Quote, "I called Dr. Baker early that morning to tell him about the case and to ask him if he would perform the autopsy on Mr. Floyd." Sweezy recalls all this under oath in the deposition. Quote, "He called me later in the day on that Tuesday, and he told me that there were no medical findings that showed any injury to the vital structures of Mr. Floyd's neck. There were no medical indications of asphyxia or strangulation." Oh. In other words, George Floyd, according to the official autopsy, was not murdered.
Ooh, we're going down a pipeline here. This is an interesting one. I don't know, man. Let's play devil's advocate here. All right. And like, there is an autopsy that finds that his cause of death is not asphyxiation. Like, have you seen the video, the original video footage? Like, it's pretty hardcore. Like, I think everyone forgets about where it all started at the end of the day. Like, he's saying, "I can't breathe. Like, can you get off me?" kind of thing. And he seems pretty desperate too. I don't know. But like, if you ever mucked around with your friends, played stacks on, maybe you played footy, and like you've been hitting a massive tackle and there's lots of people around and on top of you. Like, if you can't breathe, you will say, "I can't breathe." So like, maybe it's all just fake. Maybe the whole thing was just fake. But like, I don't know. I don't know about this one. This is going to be an interesting little foray into the world of Tucker Carlson's opinion, because I've heard the same stuff debated time and time again by, guess who? The Kirkster. Hey, good old Charlie Kirk. They were running this thing hard. They were just like, "We have the evidence. We have a secular view on this one, a reasoned view." Yeah, I was gonna say the footage is, like, but you can hear him. Like, let's just say he didn't. Let's just say he died of a heart attack or something, or like whatever. Like it, if you're on top of someone and they're saying things like "I can't breathe," I don't know, man. That maybe that's a fucking problem. Jag, took me some time to put my thoughts together, but the abortion thing kind of relates to the section in Surveillance Capitalism when Shoshana talks about Skinner. And you could argue that abortion isn't just a moral or religious debate, it's a debate about control architecture. Who designs a system of consequences and reinforcements? Reinforcements, yeah. Skinner believed that attachments to freedom, will, and autonomy propose an agency are defense mechanisms that protect us from uncomfortable facts of human ignorance. Skinner believed that attachments to freedom, will, autonomy, purpose, and agency are defense mechanisms that protect us from uncomfortable facts of human ignorance. Ooh, that'll take a long time to unpack that one. I know you're putting your thoughts together, but can you please lead us to where you're going with bringing in Shoshana? I told you, like, she gets philosophical, doesn't she? Like, she spends a lot of time talking about free will and agency in the context of like behavioral modification, and like that experiment that that person does on the Galapagos Islands, and like with animals and stuff like that. Um, Took me some time to put my thoughts together on this, but the abortion thing kind of relates to the section in Surveillance Capitalism when Shoshana talks about Skinner, and you could argue that abortion isn't just a moral or religious debate. It's a debate about control architecture. Yeah, well, like he was talking about in the terms of control, though. He was definitely speaking about it, like who gets to control the destruction of life. It's a debate about the control architecture. I think it's definitely been made into that though. It's about like who gets to control the conversation on the creation of life. Oh, sorry, not the creation of life, the destruction of life. And like who really should control that conversation? I don't know. Who should have that conversation? Well, definitely not the people that are not personally invested in the creation of that life, I would say, or the destruction of it. Yes, I was going to say the footage is pretty clear. He very well could have died from oxygen deprivation and stress-induced heart attack. I think it's pretty reasonable. Yes, it's a problem. It's all about molding behavior at the end of the day. If you can mold people to believe that the state controls the decisions and not the human, then you can expand that to other aspects of society. Yeah, interesting. Oh, Dilemmas is in the house. Hey, hey, I'm lurking today. Welcome. And we're going down the Tucker Carlson rabbit hole today, pipeline. So if you have any interesting thoughts in between your lurking, let us know. Yeah, if you can mold people to believe the state controls the decisions and not the human, then you can expand that to other aspects. And, there's a really interesting book. Oh, God, what's the guy's name? I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he speaks about this idea that individual freedom or freedom actually does get taken away in societies like that promote things like the social safety net and public education and all that sort of stuff. At a certain point in human history, families educated their own children, right? They taught them to read and to write and to make sense of the world and like all this sort of stuff. And when you hand it over to the state, you kind of relinquish that responsibility, and like the state takes over, and then they teach your kids how to read, write, and they do all of these things, and like you take zero responsibility over that, and so you're losing some of your freedoms. And so like you hear many people argue about like these ideas. They're like, what are they really teaching kids in school today, kind of thing? And like people get upset that like their kids are learning about sex, or like their kids are having drag queens reading to them books in libraries or something like that. And like that's the thing though, you've handed over something to the state. The state now controls education, and like you've done that because you thought it was a good idea, because you want to have a standardized education so everyone has like kind of equal opportunity to learn and to grow within that society and can participate in society better. But at the end of the day, you're handing over a freedom there, and you're handing over freedom to the state, and then they can encroach on more things, and they start encroaching. Like again, like if you look at something like healthcare, if you give that over to the state to provide everyone healthcare, you're handing over a freedom there, in the sense that you like, if you looked after your own health exclusively and there was no social safety net there, then you would make probably better decisions about what you ate or what you drank and whether you did exercise. But at the end of the day, if you just think the state is there regulating the medicine industry and like provides me with, I don't know, money or resources to go to a doctor and like will cover me if I ever need a surgery, then like maybe you won't make as many of the decisions based on your own health over a longer period of time. And then you'll end up relying on that system a little bit more because, you know, you can get surgery, or, you know, you've got some type of regulated medical industry out there, instead of taking care of your own health throughout your lifetime. So you're relinquishing your freedom to the state. And like, it's a very interesting concept. And I know where she's taking it, in the sense of like Shoshana, that is. And so if you hand over the conversation, then if that's what you're alluding to, if you're handing over the conversation about abortion to the state, then like that means they get to control more and more of what our daily lives are all about, and they can move that into other sections of society, about like how they blatantly surveil us now. And like before, that was like a big no-no, and governments used to get in trouble all the time when people found out that they were like tapping their phones, like especially in America. That was like always a controversy, and now it's kind of just a thing because people expect the state to defend us from terrorism or something scary like that. And so people put up with a level of surveillance which encroaches on our freedoms. You dirty lurky. About George Floyd having a lethal dose of fentanyl in his system after he eats a speedball. After getting pulled over. Jungle Potatoes, just like when you see the dogs at a festival. Ha. Yeah, right. I know what you mean by that. Oh, crap. They're here. Just dump it all now, guys. We'll be fine. Did anyone bring water? Yeah, right. Interesting. All right. Sorry. I'll let him continue. But like, this is some interesting territory. This is definitely the culture wars. Because like, I don't even know if he argues in good faith here. Like if he's going down the same road as like Charlie Kirk was, like they're just trying to prove a point. They're just like, oh, look, there's a medical record here, like kind of thing. Science. See, like it's funny how like hardcore they are about science and secularism when they want to be. It's like science. This is all just a waste of time. Science.
He died instead of what we used to call natural causes, which in his case would include decades of drug use, as well as the fatal concentration of fentanyl that was in his system on his final day.
How did you know,
so this was not a killing. It was yet another narcotics OD in a country that records more than 100,000 of them every year. The medical examiner clearly understood that and in fact articulated it. And Sweezy explains. He said to me, she recalls in the deposition, Amy, what happens when the actual evidence doesn't match up with the public narrative that everyone's already decided on? And then he said, quote, this is the kind of case that ends careers. In other words, everyone lied about it from the very beginning. The people who knew the truth hid the truth and allowed the revolution to proceed. Now they've been exposed. Now we know the truth. What happens next? Well, they're going to ignore it. The Biden administration just issued a long purple statement celebrating George Floyd's birthday. He's a martyr, despite the fact we know that he was not murdered. And by the way, Derek Chauvin is still languishing in jail for the rest of his life. So how do we respond to this? How do we respond to the truth once we have it? Well, Vince Everett Ellison seemed like a good man to ask. He's the author of Crime, Inc. He joins us now. Vince, thanks so much for coming on.
And he's also black.
So as with so many other stories, the
thanks
origin
for having me, Tucker.
of COVID, it's a blessing to have you. We now know what actually happened,
But the question then is, what do you do with that knowledge?
We have to acknowledge the people that gave it to us and why. See, George Floyd is the Democratic Party's prototypical black man. These are the black men they are trying to create. So George Floyd has to be elevated. He has to be celebrated. He's perfect to them. He was poor. He was uneducated. He was a drug addict. He didn't have a job. He was down there begging and crying and asking the white people to not kill him. To a Democrat, to a white Democrat, this is the perfect black man. So he has to be elevated. Look, not a few days ago, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden celebrated hip-hop music. They had a celebration of hip-hop.
Hip-hop culture is America's culture. It is a genre. It is music and melody and rhyme. And hip-hop is also an ethos.
A music genre that calls the black man the N-word, calls women the W word and the B word, talks about misogyny, shooting police, smoking dope, selling dope, fighting, killing, acting a fool. They celebrated this genre. Why? Because this is how they see black America. They see us the same way they see George Floyd. And they have to make more of us because everywhere they rule, you know, John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall in the 60s and said, if you think that communism is great, let them come to Berlin. Well, if you think that the Democratic Party is great, let them come to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to St. Louis. Let them come to LA, Portland, Seattle, Memphis. Anywhere where they rule, you'll see George Floyd's all over the place. And they're proud of them. In Baltimore, Maryland, they spend $21,000 per child for every child up there inside the school district. Not one school is proficient in math, science, or reading. But they keep it going every year. Why? Because they're producing George Floyd.
But
and George Floyd's vote for the Democrat Party.
But why would, so when most of us, you, me, I think all normal people look at George Floyd's life, you think this is a disaster. This guy never added anything. He took a lot in prison at least 8 times. I mean, his life was a tragedy at best. Why would you want more people like that?
Because he votes for the Democrat Party. And then he teaches his children to vote for the Democrat Party. And then these white Democrats can feel superior to him. He can be controlled by them. Just like, think about an old slave plantation.
Those damn commies in the Democrat Party. So good. I was interesting to see where it was going with that. It's just like, well, why do they want this? It's because those types will vote for the Democrat. Okay, so that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Fair enough. I was wondering where this was going. It's Democrat bashing, which, like, fair enough. Like, fuck the Democratic Party. But, like, that's what it really is about. Like, if you spend enough time just, like, understanding the history of American politics, there's so much of this stuff where they truly believe, like, each side really believes the other one is just trying to create, like, this world where everybody just votes for them, and like the other party's just trying to create this world of Democrat only voters or Republican only voters, and they're trying to change all the rules, so like our party will never be able to survive in the next election, or they're gonna rule out our party from ever existing ever again, all this sort of stuff. And they seem to be championing this style of conversation. It's interesting. So poor blacks vote, poor black men vote only for the Democrats. So that's what they're trying to do. We found a picture of Chi on his bong. Damn Democrat. Yeah, I know, right?
Go back in the day, how they wanted their slaves to act. Just like, think about an old slave plantation and talk about back in the day, how they wanted their slaves to act. Subservient, obedient, ignorant, doing what he was told, not asking any questions, having a slave mind, being dependent on them. This is how they want black men to be in America. This is how they want the whole black community to be. This is why it started in the civil rights movement. When Martin Luther King Jr. in his I Have a Green speech said, 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. He said 5 times in that speech that we were not free. It turned the Declaration of Independence on its head, because in our Declaration of Independence it said that our freedom was an unalienable right given us by God. John Locke in his second treatise of government said that an unalienable right is a right given from God. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And unsellable. The government cannot touch it. It supersedes law. It supersedes the Constitution. However, King said that we was coming to government and to the white man for our right to be free. Even at the end of the speech, he said, on some certain day, we'll be free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we're free at last. He said in that speech, when will we be satisfied? He said, we will never be satisfied until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. That's a fancy way of saying never. And so black people heard that speech and said that we were not free here in America. And we make our children recite that speech every single year on King's birthday. And they say in that speech, the Negro is still not free. George Floyd was a slave in his mind. And the civil rights movement caused him to be a slave in his mind. And today they're still marching, 60 years later.
Big call, man. Like, it's a big call that, like, the entirety of Martin Luther King's kind of legacy is just him basically psyoping black people into believing that they're not free. And, like, written in the subcode and the subtext there is them actually taking on that framework. I really thought that a lot of that was to do with the fact that they still had segregation. Like, segregation was a big thing. Like, it was legitimate. They segregated parts of the population based on your skin color. And I think that's what they were trying to erase from the culture. Like, I get it. Like, language is important, and like repeating speeches and saying them on mass and indoctrinating people into a certain way of thinking, like, that's important stuff, don't get me wrong. And I'm pretty sure the civil rights movement was a little bit more than just like a really long range psyop, like to make sure that black people perennially think that they are just not free. I really thought there were issues that needed to be kind of sorted out there. But, like, maybe I'm just a revisionist and I'm rewriting history here. And the government allowed it to happen, mostly peaceful protests in the summer of love. Look, I'm not black, so I won't call him what he deserves, but black people have a name for unks like this. It is psychotic. Government needs good opposition. Just look at Labor Lib. Last time I saw a rap video, black people looked pretty free to me. Jesus. I thought you said you were lurking today. They are all on the take. They'll sell us all out. Sad. See, I don't even know what the point of this one was. I think this was just rage bait. Like, I'm really trying to see the world from Tucker Carlson's perspective here, because sometimes he hits the nail on the head when it comes to working class issues. But that was just rage bait. It was just like, we have the autopsy, and the autopsy says nothing. So everything that has come out about it, like, as a result of that, making this person into a martyr is ridiculous. Is actually absolutely ridiculous. Now, you can use the same argumentation of what's happened with, like, Charlie Kirk. We have the autopsy. He was shot in the neck. Now, where does that anything of that case, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, how does that have anything to do with the left and right? Because what's happened as a result of Charlie Kirk's death is they've used that as a justification to say that unequivocally the left has become militarized, the far left has become militarized and is now incredibly violent and needs to be suppressed, and there's going to be a civil war fought over suppressing the far left. Now, I don't think that there's any real evidence to suggest that this person was anything really solid at the moment in terms of some type of political persuasion. So I don't get, if you want to just go off the autopsy and like the facts and stuff like that and pretend like that doesn't form part of a narrative, like there's a narrative constructed around things and people become martyrs, like, get off it, bro. All this stuff is politicized heavily when someone dies and it becomes so ingrained in the narrative of a nation. What the hell what did you get CC'd for? Malcolm X believed MLK was largely accommodating the white power structures and not a true revolutionary. Yes, I'm sure he did. And he was all peaceful. And I know Malcolm X was definitely didn't think that that was the solution. But I do think that these two figures had an appreciation for one another, and they lived in a dialectical relationship. Like, you can have a two-pronged approach. You can have one who's more staunch, and like believes that things need to be done through, literally taking up arms. Now, I don't think MLK would have described himself as a revolutionary, but Malcolm, like X, they were Marxist revolutionaries, and they would have wanted to really bring down kind of the system in some type of true revolutionary fashion. MLK, like he was a critic of capitalism, and he wrote about it in his speeches. From what I've seen, like, I'm no expert here, from what I've been able to tell with my limited breadth of knowledge on the work that he did. But yeah, I'm sure there would have been disagreements on between those two in terms of their tactics. Because like MLK was very much for reaching out and making accommodations with what he saw were people, like white people, that were sympathetic to the cause. Allies. He marched with them, all that sort of stuff. Malcolm called the March on Washington, where he gave that speech, the farce on Washington. There you go. There you go. Well, like, is that what this guy is saying, though? Is that what you're saying? This guy's really more of a Malcolm Xer? He's a Black Panther or something like that? He's a militant, and he's looking to start some type of revolution? Is that what this guy is saying? I wouldn't go that far with this dude. MLK eventually came around to Mal X's ideas. If you read his prison letters about the moderate white, he definitely makes his feelings known. It's definitely the bear arms. Damn, if you didn't have all those bear arms, they probably wouldn't be so militarized. Yeah, I know, right? I'll slow down my common sense logic train. All right, bro, slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Whenever someone throws a Black Panther fist at you, just remind them paper always beats rock. No, I think he was touching on some interesting points that MLK was being played by the whites. Okay, right. Yeah, interesting. Well, they both have very different backgrounds as well, Ryan. And again, dialectical struggle here. You don't have to be all in on all things. You can play horses for courses. And if they're both working in the same general direction and they take different strategies and different tactics, let's just be honest here. They were both killed at the end of the day for what they were doing. So they both were equally, I would say, a threat to the system. Whether you think that they were, placating the white man or not, they both ended with the same fate, right? They were both a threat. They were both a threat. It's like kind of like the history with Mandela as well. He started off all peaceful, I'm pretty sure. And then he figured out that that wasn't going to work for him. So he got militant. And then look what happened. He spent years and years, decades in prison as a result of it. Too many threats to the system, hey? Alex Jones reveals the real reason why the global elites. Shall we do so? So we do like a coming together thing here, a coming together of two superpowers, Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. Does anyone have any opinions on what we should be doing? Sorry, you can't see the list. Alex Jones reveals the real reason why global elites want what? Want what? Tell me. Want open borders. Oh, fuck yeah, that'll be good. They hate the truth. Man asked Tucker, how do you stay happy through hardship? Tucker Carlson makes journalists look like an absolute fool. Sky News Australia. Oh my God. There's too much stuff happening in that one. I'm going to have an overload. I won't be able to handle it. Tucker Carlson and Sky News. My God. Malcolm X's autobiography is one of the best books I've ever read. Yeah, well, okay. There you go. Fred Hampton was the one who figured it out, which is why the CIA took him out quickly. Yeah, seems like there's a lot of threats to the system there. Dave Smith, Ben Shapiro's entire career is built on hypocrisy. Ooh, savage, bro. There's a collision coming. Tucker Carlson and Jordan Peterson. Damn. And their predictions as well. Fuck, man. I don't even know where to start here. And no one's saying anything, so I'm just going to go with what I feel like on this one. I think I'm going to go with... Oh, I really want to see him and Jordan Peterson speak about their predictions for 2024. Let's see if that aged well.
I'd like you to be as daring as you can and as perceptive as only you can be as someone.
There's a collision coming. Tucker Carlson, Jordan Peterson, 24 prediction. Sworn enemy tour? Damn. Savage. All right. Give us your sworn enemy stuff, your rhetoric. Let's do
Who
this.
knows the United States, all of the United States, very well. What do you predict is going to happen in this political year in that country?
You know, it's, I mean, thank you. I couldn't be more grateful to be an American.
What did he say? What do you predict?
As only you can be as someone who knows the United States, all of the United States, very well.
Man, this is a sick list. Some heavy hitting cameos. Bro, even old mates in there. I don't know who this guy is, but like he's a heavy hitter. Hey, he's seen some things in his time, man.
What do you predict is going to happen in this political year in that country?
You know, it's, I mean, thank you. I couldn't be more grateful to be an American. I've always felt that way.
Fuck
As I
yeah,
said,
America.
My dad's family was from Nova Scotia. They left at the time of the American Revolution because they didn't want to be free, so they fled to the Maritimes. And just kidding. But anyway, then they came back. Ultimately, many are still there. Their name is Rayfuse. I think they're liberal. But I have always been grateful for my birthright as an American and for the God-given rights that are protected by my government officially in the Bill of Rights, which is a beautiful document, the greatest document we've ever produced, and that no other country has. So, and I will feel that way till I die. And unlike a lot of people in our leadership class, I have no plans to go anywhere else. I've got too many children and too many dogs, and I'm dying there. But I'm definitely very concerned, and I can't see the outcome of this year clearly at all. I was thinking yesterday, it really is like looking through a shower curtain. You see these opaque shapes lurking, but you can't tell if they're, friend or foe.
Hey, he spends a bit of time looking at people in the shower, does he? Yeah, grub. Hey. So wait, we're about to get his predictions on what's going to happen in the 2024 presidential election, I guess. Let's see how he ages. Let's see how prescient he is. If he's prescient, you got to start taking him more seriously, okay? You got to start leveling up in terms of what you appreciate about Tucker Carlson. He may be a fucking genius. We're about to find out.
Nude or clothed, you don't really know what you're looking at. But you know that there is a collision coming between titanic forces, the population of America versus its leaders. And it's coming to a head because of the structure of this election. And so you have the Republican candidate, and he is going to be the candidate, whose election is the one thing. Well, I think it's kind of determined. And of course, it's politics, so it's
Remag in the house. Yo, how's Far Right Fridays going? We are specifically looking at Tucker Carlson's Far Right on Far Right Fridays today, and we've been traversing some interesting territory. We've looked at how he kind of believes that the debate between, if you ever want to debate a leftist, you have to understand that there is no kind of, it's not really about left and right and conservative, progressive, all that type of stuff. And if they argue along the facts of it's like science versus faith or something like that, secular versus religion, he thinks that no one is really secular. All people have some type of belief structure and belief system, and they work off faith and religious zeal almost. And so even when you're arguing with the left, they might claim their stakes in the name of science or reason or something, but they are just as faith-based as any person on the right or something like that. And he brought up things like abortion or gender issues and all that sort of stuff. So we listened to a bit of that. Then we heard him speak about George Floyd, and he brought on this dude that was basically saying that like George Floyd was like the perfect storm for the Democrats because he was like a poor, suffering black dude. And like basically the Democratic version of society engineers poor suffering black dudes because they're the types that will vote for Democrats, and they can be used by white Democrats to get more people to vote for the Democrats. So like the society is kind of geared towards producing these people as part of some type of democratic conspiracy, which was interesting, I must admit. And here we are now seeing how much of a prophet Tucker Carlson can be, because he's being asked his predictions for, I guess, the 2024 election. So he's about to speak about like Donald Trump being the pick and what Donald Trump needs to do. So we're getting schooled, man. We're getting schooled. It's probably a fetish. Yeah, it's been an interesting ride so far. And again, can I just say, our sponsor for today's video has been Jerry Boppins, so also known in Discord as Chairman of the Cord. And he has put together today's playlist. So another, shout out to Jerry Poppins. Thank you for putting this together. And if you're listening to this, a gentle round of applause, golf clap, everyone, for Jerry Poppins. It's been interesting so far. And like we're only on the third hit piece. This is, we're going to have to come back to this, I think, and reanalyze the positions of Tucker Carlson. Tucker's speeches about Australia are enjoyable. Okay. Well, there was a Sky News piece in here, so we're going to have a look at that.
Filled with all sorts of... He is going to be the candidate whose election is the one thing... Well, I think it's kind of determined. And of course, it's politics, so it's filled with all sorts of... the amount of ugliness display beneath the surface in all politics everywhere is really awe-inspiring. These people are really dirty everywhere, not just my country. You may know about that. But the one thing that the people in power, and I don't just mean in Washington in our government, I mean in our financial centers and entertainment centers, our country's kind of cool because they're identified by cities. So Los Angeles, New York, Washington make all the decisions, of course. And the one thing they won't tolerate is the orange man in power. And you you wonder, well, why? Because Trump is not a radical at all. And Trump's vision for America, this is an informed assessment of Trump, Trump's vision for America is like Studio 54 in 1978. I'm serious. Trump really loved the country he grew up in, he really loved it, and he means it. He loved the people who lived there, he loved its traditions, its weird little customs, its idiosyncrasies, and that's kind of what he wants. He doesn't want a brave new future of new things. He wants to return not to antebellum America, but to like 1980 America. And it's kind of hard to argue why that's bad, actually. And so that's not a revolutionary agenda, nor is it a counter-revolutionary agenda. It's a return to normalcy. And the phrase, make America great again, means return it to a period not so long ago, when everyone was enfranchised and everyone had rights, but everyone was roughly, not everyone, but most people were sort of united in a sense of common purpose and culture. They were Americans, and they knew what that meant. We don't have that anymore, and that's Trump's vision. So you may not think that's possible. You may not think maybe that's even virtuous to want that. But if you think that's a grotesque hellscape that he's describing, you're the freak, not him. And yet they all feel that way. They mean it too. They really feel that way. It's not a joke. And so what's gonna happen? And I guess I dissent a little bit from the much more optimistic view that you have, both of you, which I really appreciate hearing and I want to believe it, but that in the end, the will of the people matters. The conclusion that I've come to is that it matters less than it should. And that the people in power really do make the bulk of the decisions. And I say that after spending 35 years in Washington and watching the agenda of both parties and comparing that agenda to the public opinion polling of what people actually want and finding no union set. No union set. Like there's not the same agendas. And we have a democratic system where these people are elected every 2 years in the Congress.
See, and this is where it kind of diverges from reality, because I can understand what he's saying. This is where he speaks well as a populist thinker. Is like what he's saying is, you know, the two-party system, the established parties and its apparatus, they make policies and they do things that are completely detached from what people really want. But I feel like what he's framing up here is that, like, Trump is the iconoclast. He's the rebel, the rogue that's going to do what the people want, right? He's going to do all of the things that the people really want. And he's not going to be that career politician, that radical centrist, that center-right or center-left, career politician that just does things that are good for the lobby groups and corporate America and all that sort of stuff. But I don't know if that's actually what's happened here, that he's delivered on things that the people have wanted. Like, I don't think he's done anything with regards to, you know, Epstein, for example. I don't think he's doing things that people want with regards to protecting social safety nets. I do think people want some level of support from their governments. And like, especially they want support from their governments when it comes to, if that has to be exchanged for giving crazy tax cuts to the ultra wealthy. Like they also came in on a ticket of peace and ending the wars. Like, I've heard, like, you know, in the lead up to the presidential election, you had like clip after clip of like MAGA types, and they're just like, you know, he was the one president that started no new wars, that kind of thing. He started no new wars. And while he will claim that he's settled heaps of wars, I think he's up to 8 now. He's trying to work on Russia and Ukraine, and he's gonna try and say he's brought peace to 8 different conflicts around the world. A few of them wars. He's also fairly belligerent. Like, he's openly talking about invading Venezuela. And now he's starting to arm the Ukrainians and he's giving them more money than his MAGA base really wanted to. And he's going to start giving them new missiles and new intelligence and all this sort of stuff. So if he's going to get up here and start talking about how Trump is anti-establishment, which was the vibe, especially in 2016, you know, he was talking about draining the swamp and all that sort of stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know if he really is that type of politician. I think he presents that, but I don't know if he's actually doing it. Serious question for the leftists in the chat. What's your thoughts on the crime spike going on in Melbourne? Seems Labor supporters don't really talk about it. I don't actually know about the crime spike in Melbourne, to be honest. One, I'm not that good when it comes to Australian kind of politics, and especially not localized politics. Maybe there might be some other people in this chat that have a good opinion on this. Tucker loses me when he says UFOs are just angels and demons. Most of the right lose me when they make it a good versus evil argument. Jungle Potatoes, I don't really care about crime in Melbourne, mostly because it's Melbourne. He declared the inflation was over. Yeah, like when he makes a public declaration, like that's it. And like, it's coming, man. It's coming. The inflation is potentially going to get worse as like certain parts of the tariff policies really start kicking in and are more measurable as well. Trump can stop more than 10 wars. He will run out of fingers to keep count. Yeah, that's right. He has to stop it at 10. Interesting. But like I say, this sort of stuff doesn't age well if you think about the track record. I don't know if he's been particularly aligned with just what the people want as opposed to the political establishment.
Every 6 years in the Senate, every 4 years in the White House. And their agenda never changes, and the desires of the American public, by and large, are never met or even addressed. And you sort of, after a while, conclude, maybe it doesn't matter what people want, it only matters what the people in power want. I don't want to think that, but I don't know what other conclusion to reach. So what you have now is a legit mass movement on behalf of Donald Trump that's 100% real, and you have absolute ironclad resistance to the democratic process working its way to a legitimate conclusion by the people who have all the power. What happens next? I don't even know. And I'll sum it up this way. Today, it is a race in the foreseeable future between Donald Trump, the former president, now effectively the Republican nominee, and the incumbent president, who got more votes than Barack Obama somehow, because he's just so popular. It's just the magnetism. He spent the entire 2020 campaign moldering and deteriorating in his basement, and somehow he was more popular than Barack Obama. Right, okay. Anyway, so it's the race between Biden and Obama. I just don't see that happening. I just don't. And that, I hope to be wrong. I want to return to normalcy too. I'm the opposite of a revolutionary too. That's what I love about Trump. He doesn't want radical change. We're not actually made for radical change. We can't digest it. People hate radical change. They want kind of continuity, and I do too. But I just don't see this playing out the way it's currently formulated. Sorry.
He's an anti-revolutionary. That's it. I've lost all respect for Tucker Carlson. That's it. It's done. It's gone. How can you be anti-revolutionary? It's outrageous.
See, so I would say maybe that, and you, Tucker, you actually asked for an alternative to the view that you were expressing, the somewhat pessimistic view of the dominance of people in power. In the video that led up to your entrance onto the stage, you pointed out a realization that you had, which was that nothing better in your life can happen to you than what happens if you tell the truth. And I believe that to be the case. I actually believe that that's why we have the idea that power is vested in the people. And I don't think that power is where people think it is. I don't think that power is in the hands of the elite. The ability to manipulate, misuse power might be in the hands of the elite, but the power that we need to set the world straight is actually at your fingertips. And this is actually.
He's been listening to Chomsky, I think. When like people ask Chomsky, after all the doom and gloom that he provides with his very critical analysis of certain features of our society, like people are like, well, okay, well, what's the fucking answer, Chomsky? Like, what do we do here? And he's like, look, we've got democracy, we've got democratic institutions, start a grassroots movement and push on up through the Senate. The structure is there, but you have to take a hold of it, because the people that have taken a hold of it currently, they use it in their interests. And so like you could just take a hold of the existing political establishment and system to get through what you want. But you have to do that. Like the power is there, but like you have to do that. Now that is under the dangerous assumption that it's always going to be there. And what we are witnessing potentially, I hope I'm wrong, but like what we are witnessing is the devolution of power from the people, and through that democratic apparatus that might allow people to have power over the system, because they could start some type of grassroots movement, start a party, really shake the tree and like actually get control of the political system. We're losing that sense now. Like before Charlie Kirk was died, I don't know about Tucker Carlson, but like, Curtis Yarvin, all of these people, they started talking about the idea, like, where does it say democracy in the Constitution? It doesn't say democracy. It talks about like, the republic, talks about like, having politicians, different houses, different levels of government, but where does it talk about democracy? That is the thing. And like, he's right, there's power to the people, man. They can do stuff, but they won't be able to do stuff without the existing political structures. And if they're moving towards illiberal democracies, courtesy of our friend Viktor Orban, and then we move more towards like, the dark Enlightenment ideas of Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land and co., which is central to the philosophy of people in the Trump administration at the moment, then, maybe we are moving away from the only structures that give people some type of power in the system that they're discussing right now. We might be moving away from having any political involvement. And so like, I say this a lot. I think it's actually really important that we have this idea of political freedom, like political participation in the societies that we have at the moment. Because once you take away the political freedoms that we have, the ability to, participate, okay, and have some type of say. Once you lose that, it's really hard to get that stuff back. You know, you really literally have to have some type of revolution to take that sort of stuff back. And they're working on it. They're working on it. The CEO kings are coming. The techno-feudalists are coming. And they're going to get rid of the avenues of power that might challenge them ultimately. And the conversation is very much framed in that way these days. Tucker asks good questions, but he wants 1950s America like Trump does, but they will never get it. 1980s America, as he was saying, that was the time. Eh? The world full of 80s guys. You got to make your bed. Yeah, you want to take over the world? Just start by making your bed. That's where you start.
Actually, a rather terrifying realization. But the power that we need to set the world straight is actually at your fingertips. And this is actually a rather terrifying realization, because there's some relief in thinking that the elites can do whatever they want and there's nothing that someone as small as you could possibly do about it. And that's wrong because you're not small. And it's wrong because it's irresponsible to presume that. And it's wrong because the truth is more terrifying and also more liberating. And the truth of the matter is that if you utilized what you had at hand, which at least is the ability that you have at hand to say what you think truly and as clearly as you can, even if you're not that articulate, that the world would change around you in ways that would make you immune to the blandishments of the power-mongering elite. And I'm hoping that enough people will realize the power of their affinity with the truth, especially when it's allied with the will to aim up, to have the courage to speak that truth. And if enough people do that, then the terrible things that we're concerned about coming forward at us in the future will have no purchase whatsoever. Like I learned a long time ago that the war that we're in is psychological or spiritual, if you want to look at it that way, rather than political. And everyone has a sense of that now, that it's something is moving that's deeper than the mere political. The tectonic plates themselves are shifting, and you're all going to play a role in that, and the role you'll play is going to be determined by what you determine to ally your speech with, for example, your decision about whether or not you're going to tell the truth in the confines of your own life. And if enough people, all of you, if enough of you decide in the local circumstances of your own life to dare to say what you believe to be true, then the tyrants will have no purchase on you and you won't be slaves. And just by definition.
Hey, can I just...
Please don't attack the poor billionaires. Is that UWU? Do I know that reference? It's not like, oh, whoa, is it? Not the billionaires.
Just by definition.
Hey,
Yeah.
Can I just... I just want to say what a beautiful sentiment I think that is, and I wish I had said that. And I'm so thankful that you said that. And the message that I often get, who knows from where, is that when I really feel like things are falling apart, that the only thing I can do is to really try my best to be a better person. And that really matters. And specifically, I mean, to tell the truth all the time, not just in public, but in private, to really love the people around me and be attentive to them more than anything. And that in doing that, you lose your fear of the future. And you know that no matter what happens, you're going to be okay. You're not afraid of death. And
when someone thinking the billionaires, I can see why idiots eat this shit up. Hey, I did say at the start that we were not being judgmental today, only if it was funny. So if you're gonna say that, you have to put a ha ha at the end. That's fucking hilarious.
Anyway, thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Jordan Peterson. Hey, you legend. We need more Jordan Peterson in our lives. Where's the fucking Sky News Australia one? Yeah, here we go. Tucker Carlson makes a journalist look like an absolute fool. This'll be savage.
Tucker Carlson.
Oh, this woman. Fuck. What's her name? Rita Panahi? Panahi, Rita Panahi. Oh man, like her voice, it's just grating. It's not a judgment. It actually hurts my ears. Okay, it's a physical thing.
Who's here right now. There was a reporter who tried a gotcha question with him, and she was comprehensively embarrassed by the former Fox News host.
In the past, you've talked about how white Australians, Americans, Europeans are being replaced by non-white immigrants in what is often referred to as the Great Replacement Theory. This is the same...
Have I said that whites are being replaced?
Well...
I don't think I said that.
Well, it's been mentioned on your show 4,000 times. And
really, when did I say that?
On your
I
show.
said whites are being replaced?
You have said that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I would challenge you to cite that, because I'm pretty sure I haven't said that. I said native-born Americans are being replaced, including blacks.
Native-born Americans.
Native-born Americans.
And
Americans who, like black Americans, have been African Americans, have been in the United States for, in many cases, their families over 400 years. And their concerns are every bit as real and valid and alive to me as the concerns of white people whose families have been there 400 years. So I've never said that whites are being replaced. Not one time. And you can't cite it.
Untrue.
So we just met, but when our relationship starts with a lie, it makes it tough to be friends. So
well, you've been lying
let's
about
pull that back. I'm happy to explain what I do think.
So.
Well, you actually can't say it because I didn't say it, and I don't believe it. And I'm telling you that to your face, so why don't you just accept me at face value? My concern is that the people who are born in the country are the main responsibility of its leaders. And as noted earlier, when those leaders shift their concern from the people whose responsibility it is to take care of to people around the world, to put their priorities above that of their own citizens, that's immoral. And they are being replaced in my country, people who are born in the United States. And the birth rate tells the whole story. They're not at replacement rate. And so the U.S. population is growing because we're importing people from other countries. And my view is that happy people have children, and a functioning economy allows them to do that.
He's not wrong. I wouldn't say that happy people have children. There's a lot of people out there that are unhappy that will have children. And some people get less happy after having children. But I will agree with the second part of what he said, that people, if the economy is doing well, let's reiterate that and structure that properly. If the economy is working for them and not just a bunch of people that get to exploit the economy for their own interests, but if the economy generally works for them and they feel like they have prospects and the ability to afford raising a family, they will. I do agree with that sentiment. I'll give that. Probably because they can't afford microphone filters at Sky. I'd still give her a crack. Oh my God. All right. All female presenters have that effect. No, we don't. The Sky ones do. No, there's some voices, and hers is specifically, her voice grates on me. Yeah, it's not all. It's definitely not all, but her one especially. And because she is very, very kind of scathing in the way that she presents it. She's always she's worried about someone trying to get him with a gotcha moment. Her whole shtick is this kind of sarcastic tone to the way she presents. And she's like, can't you see that? We gotcha, kind of thing. It's always gotcha moment stuff for her. And that really gets under my skin. She doesn't argue in good faith ever in her career, honestly. This is a nuance a lot of lefties can seem to comprehend, being proud of your country. Oh man, that's interesting. I don't know if that's completely true, to be honest. I do think that there have been a lot of people that have co-opted, though, being proud of your country with being some type of racial purist. And so then people are a bit worried about that. I know what you're saying. I always thought it was 10 years ago, right, when we used to celebrate Australia Day. I had a bunch of friends that came over from, they were backpackers, but a bunch of people that came over from overseas. And so we had an Australia Day barbecue, and everyone had an Australian flag on, and we showed these, backpackers and these foreigners, what it meant to be Australian. And, we had a barbecue, and we were outside and all that sort of stuff. And then fast forward 5 years from that, people used to get shamed for going out for wearing an Australian flag, and depending on where you were going, you felt guilty for, like, you know, wearing an Australian flag, and now that's become a symbol of certain things. So I think people are cognizant of the fact that national identity and like rallying behind a flag gets co-opted by certain political movements, and so I think it's hard to say that like everyone just isn't proud of their country. I don't think people are actually quite proud of their heritage and things like that, but it's become associated with something that it shouldn't be, I think. So it's a difficult subject, unfortunately. But like if you let that stuff take a hold, though, if you say, oh, I can't have wear the flag or something because, you know, I'll be pinned as a racist, or like, you know, this is now kind of owned by people that are racist or neo-Nazis or something like that. If you allow them to take ownership and take control of that imagery, then they will take control of that imagery. But it's difficult. It is difficult. Oh, Weekren's in the house again. No way. It's okay. Just use another country's flag. That's hilarious. Weekren, I think it was. Welcome back. How you going? All right, let's back to Tuckies. And like slamming this ignorant journalist. He's killing her. Has anyone watched enough Tuckies to know? Like, I'm going to refer to you, Jerry Poppins, as our curator of today's playlist. Has anyone watched enough Tuckies to know? Like, when he talks about the Great Replacement Theory, is he talking about Americans being replaced by foreigners, or is he just talking about white Americans being replaced by foreigners? It's probably a good distinction to make. I watched this guy. He seems sound. Are you talking about Tucker Carlson? That's what we're investigating today, actually. We are deep down the Tucker Carlson pipeline. We're balls deep. From what I've seen, he ain't racist. Okay, can you confirm for me, when he talks about the Great Replacement Theory, if you've ever heard him talk about it, has he ever said it's whites that are being replaced? If he's racist, I am too. All right, let's have a look. And I'm not. Let me just make that distinction.
Leaders shift their concern from the people whose responsibility it is to take care of to people around the world, to put their priorities above that of their own citizens. That's immoral. And they are being replaced in my country, people who are born in the United States. And the birth rate tells the whole story. They are not at replacement rate. And so the U.S. population is growing because we're importing people from other countries. And my view is that happy people have children, and a functioning economy allows them to do that. And we don't have that. And so you need to fix the economy and fix the culture and make it so that people who want to have kids can. You don't just go for the quick sugar fix of importing new people. Like, that's my position. And if you think that's racist, that's your problem.
I never called you a racist.
But of course you are suggesting, and
Well,
I must say, one of the reasons people don't like people like you in the media is that you never say exactly what you mean. Your slurs are all by implication, and you're about to tell me the Great Replacement Theory is racist or anti-Semitic, whatever. The whole point of your question was to be like, you're a scary racist.
Well, I haven't.
And my response is, no, I'm not. Okay, well, how about no more lying in your questions, and then I'll answer it.
Okay. Well, this is the same theory, or as you say, idea, that has inspired the New York Buffalo shooting, where 11 black Americans were killed. Two
You know what
white
I mean?
Americans were killed.
Like,
It's also inspired.
It's not. First of all,
it's inspired the worst, one of the worst Australian guys
how do they
of all
get
time
people
to
this
shoot
stupid in the media? I guess it doesn't pay well. Look, I'm sorry. I've lived among people like you for too long, and I don't mean to call you stupid. Maybe you're just pretending to be, but.
Functioning economies can also absorb migrants. Fucking bang. There it is. Like, when we were at the March for Australia, like, the overwhelming feeling was people were like, look, we can't have the migrants because we don't have the infrastructure. We can't afford to have them here. And it's just like, well, okay, so if the economy was better and, like, you know, we had people that were kind of making an economy work for like the average Australian kind of thing, immigration wouldn't be an issue. And like people are like, yeah, I guess, like, I don't care as long as, you know, we got schools and hospitals and houses to live in and all that sort of shit. Fucking bang on. You've got a functioning economy and people want to have kids because they feel like they have prosperity enough to raise another generation of human beings, it'll also be the same society where they're just like, yeah, let the fucking immigrants in. Who gives a shit? Like, the more the merrier. It'll probably be better for the economy. More people, better for the economy. That's fucking hilarious. That's the call of the day so far. That's call of the day. And when you point out the statistics of crime in any multicultural society, you always get called a racist or a bigot. He's a believer in lawful immigration and never really shows direct to a white America. Christian faith is at the heart of his position, and a lot of people correlate that with white stuff. So he doesn't say the white word, because like he's slamming this woman and she's like, I've got you saying it 4,000 times. So one of them's lying. And so like if she's just, you know, got AI to tell her that he's said it 4,000 times, maybe he's just said the word great replacement theory or something 4,000 times, as opposed to actually saying whites are being replaced or something. But I think like Jungle Potatoes has got a good point here that you got to appreciate. Like, he would keep it ambiguous. Like, you can play between the lines with your language and just be like, oh, I've never said white, I just said Americans, like, kind of thing. Dilemmas. Well said, Jerry. I knew there was a reason I liked you. Look at you two bonding again. At least it's not over jizz today. Weaker. And how can we ever debate illegal immigration, LMAO? It's like debating stealing. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, he's not even talking about illegal immigration, though. He's just talking about the fact that demographically, if we aren't replacing ourselves and we're just like bringing people in, like migrants, which could be completely legal, to like beef up our population numbers, that's a problem. I'm not sure if he's considering illegal immigration here. I mean, not us, but in general, how the fuck is this a topic? My son missed out on his placement for school due to overwhelming numbers. Now he will go into the mainstream classes where there's a chance he'll get left behind. Our infrastructure can't keep up. Again, I would fully agree with that. That's not an immigration issue, though. That's a governance issue. Just outright. We have governments for that type of stuff. That's a governance issue. It's a planning issue. And that's the great dialectical contradiction in the modern capitalistic economy for a liberal democratic society like ours. Is like, what do you leave to the market and what do you plan? And the governance is there to help plan for things that the market doesn't provide for. That's saved for Saturdays. Saturdays for the boys. Interesting. Yeah, still call the day. Functioning economies can absorb immigrants. Only if they're the good type of immigrants, though, Jag. The acceptable kind.
Oh, dear. Kosher, if you're going to show up and make outrageous claims and try to connect Tucker Carlson to mass killers, then, I don't know, perhaps go to the trouble of citing a source, have a direct quote from the man. So otherwise...
She said 4,000. She said she got 4,000 examples of it. She should have said something. She should have cited something. That would have shut him up. But maybe she didn't actually have it. Maybe that was lazy ass journalism.
Otherwise, you're going to look like an absolute fool.
She really came across as someone who couldn't think on her feet over there. Yet again, this is another example of what we just talked about with the previous topic with the ABC and MTG, of this adversarial style that it doesn't sound like these reporters have any experience in at all. And I would layer on top of that the Socratic method, which is what Tucker was doing, which is, of course, where the professor, which in this case clearly came across to be Tucker, is asking the student, this reporter, questions that exposes the weakness in their own arguments, and she just completely fell down on that and didn't give up. I watched that whole clip till its end, and she kept throwing these pre-rehearsed, sort of canned things that she had prepared, questions that she had prepared at Tucker, and just wasn't able to think on her feet and respond to what he was actually saying. So I think she was definitely showing up on that one. Tucker is a free agent right now as well, so he's really free to hit hard, and he certainly didn't hold back there.
And she did have another go, the poor girl, the activist journalist. And this might have sounded good in her head, but it didn't work out so well.
Well, so you don't think you harbour any kind of responsibility for these hate crimes?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be charitable. I was like, maybe you're just pretending to be dumb. Now I don't think it's an act.
Tucker, thank you for taking those questions. I'm sure you enjoyed some
Actually, I
questions from the
loved it. I
press.
just feel sorry. I mean, because I got here and the country's so unbelievably beautiful and the people are so cheerful and funny and cool and smart. I'm like, your media's got to be better than ours. It can't just be a bunch of castrated robots reading questions from the boss. And then it turns out it's exactly the same, maybe even a tiny bit dumber.
Interesting times. Kosher Gator, we always love getting your insights. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Yeah, Kosher.
Instead, they
You sick dog. Oh, look who it is next off the bat. Yes, Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. Oh my God. It's an overload remag. It's not about debating the supposed morality of immigration or stealing. It's about investigating the material conditions that create the poverty that leads to stealing / immigration, etc. The government holds the switch to reduce numbers into the country, which takes the pressure off. It's not Australia's prerogative to help people of the world when Aussies are struggling. Government's main mission is protect the citizens and their rights, and our government doesn't do that. Now, let me just ask you this then, Blemmers. Let's just hypothetical the hell out of this while you're lurking in the background. But like, let's just say tomorrow they switched off the tap. Like, no more migrants. They even changed the constitution, said no more migrants in the country ever. Like, we will never have a migrant here again. It can never happen. Doesn't matter how dire the circumstances are. And let's just say the problems that people are experiencing don't disappear. Actually, they start to get worse over time. Like, what's next? Like, do you still blame immigration for that? Do you find something else to complain about? What I'm trying to work through here is whether or not it is immigration that is the issue, or is a matter of governance. I know what you're saying, that, you know, the government's mission is to protect the rights of its citizens, their rights, and all that sort of stuff. Now, I would argue that it's more than that. And the government will protect the rights of its citizens purely in a liberal society by staving off enemies. So like, it has a defense force basically, and its posturing as a defense force is there to stop foreign invasion. So like, that means our rights are actually protected as citizens from external threats. And then what happens inside the country is like kind of a different question. We have law enforcement, we have a judicial system, all those sort of things to kind of uphold people's rights. But like, the question being, like, if the problems that people are so worried about infrastructure and stuff, and like general prosperity, or like access and opportunity, like aren't resolved, like, what happens next? Where do you turn to next? What happens then? I really just think that while immigration may be definitely a factor that compounds the issues of infrastructure pressures, it can definitely impact them and turn up the heat on them. It's not the source. It's not the source of the problem at all. I don't think it's the source of the problem at all. It's not. I'm not saying that it doesn't affect the problem. It probably adds a lot of pressure to it. Adds a lot of pressure, you could say. You could really tip the scales if you're doing things in the wrong way. But like, I just don't see it as the cause. The issue is bad governance. One symptom of that is immigration. We can treat the symptom, but we need triple bypass surgery to fix the issue. Interesting, yeah. 4AS is a symptom, not a cause. Remag or immigration problem. Again, a topic from last night, the podcast releasing this Sunday. Let me get while people are here, actually. Let me get if you are watching this and you're wondering what me and 4AS are talking about, we have a separate channel that has the podcast, our podcast channel on it. It's called the Revolutionary Think Tank Podcast. So please go over to that channel and subscribe and hit the little notification bell so you can get access to that stuff. Let me just put it in the chat so people can get that. And like, if you're watching this as well, I've got a stream chat running in the background. A a Discord stream chat running in the background. So come and join our Discord community and come and drop your propaganda. We all share stuff there, tag each other, have conversations. Like I said, share our propaganda. So please go over and become part of the community if you want to be part of our propaganda machine, or comment on that. It's good. We try to do stuff like this where we get varying opinions on things. And here is the details for the movement's Patreon. So go over there, become a free member, no strings attached. It's so I can get notifications to you, because I do believe I can't get notifications through social media platforms. It's controlled and gated by the algorithm. But if you join up on Patreon, I will give you a notification when I do stuff, and it's no gating there, that you get an email notification. It comes straight to you. If you can financially support on Patreon, I will love you forever. But at least just become a free member so you don't miss out on things. All right, so that's, yeah. First of all, though, go and listen to the podcast, because we've been speaking about these issues, me and 4AS. Wekran, hot take, no evidence, just my observation. How come all these pro-immigration countries are going down? Quality of life, crime rate, and Eastern Europe, for example, improved significantly? Maybe I'm dumb as fuck. I can answer that, like, if you want, and like, this is my usual spiel. And like, I would say that the answer is like way more economically based than that, than anything else. That is my 2 cents. And I can explain that in more detail if you want. Immigration shouldn't stop. Government needs to reduce to incentivize investment and immigration of the best and the brightest. I want Australia to brain drain the world because our culture is appealing. Yeah, fair enough. What's the evidence that Eastern Europe improves significantly? That's not a bad question, actually. Yeah. But at this stage, they are flooding us to boost GDP, not even including the temp visas that aren't enforced, but also our current laws aren't being enforced. For example, Victoria. Is this coming from that guy that you were talking about, Shallow Chow or whatever? I've watched a Shallow Chow thing. He was on The Other Side or something like that, Dilemmas. There was a channel called The Other Side, I think it was. And he was talking about the upcoming March for Australia thing on the weekend. And like, there was a guy from Sydney who was speaking about it as well. And they was talking about how there's all these people that are on temp visas, like 2.7 million people, like 10% of our population or whatever is actually here on a temp visa, and they just won't leave the country. Is that the phenomenon you're talking about? Welcome. Some stats, and by living in both extended periods. As in the current Eastern Europe, or the USSR Eastern Europe. The populace are growing angry and resentful, which harms productivity, and marry that with high taxes and excess regulation. Things need to change. Watch some footage from Poland or Hungary. Join it all. He's definitely not a racist. Whereas I'm comparing 2010 Germany, UK, France, and 2010 Hungary and Romania versus 2025 versions. Wouldn't mind draining a little something in that Sky News Tricks brain. Yeah, I reckon, right? There's something that needs to be drained. All right. Shall we do this one? So we go straight over to the Alex Jones reveals why the global elites want open borders. Is Tucker Carlson in this? I'm assuming he must be, right? They are called abridging visas, and most people on them are looking for a path to permanency. All right, back to it.
Want 15-minute cities.
Coming up.
Instead, they want 15-minute cities, central bank digital currencies. They want all of these
so
systems that track and trace everything you do in the social credit scores. And the plan for the rest of the public, I mean, we're talking 99%, is 250 square foot coffin apartments, 5G bathing you in them, literally eating bug protein. And I told people 10 years ago they're going to push bugs on the public because I read it in their white papers. Now it's already in grocery stores all over the U.S., all over Europe. They're putting the cricket meal into the food, very toxic.
So I don't understand. So you're from Texas. You grew up in Texas. Your family's been there a long time. Texas is changing really fast. It's dirty, for one thing, I notice, because physically dirty, garbage on the side of the road. I never have seen that in Texas before. So your governor could have stopped that. He commands the Texas National Guard, and he didn't. And I feel like that makes him a traitor to the country, but what am I missing?
Well, I mean, Governor Abbott
commands the Texas National Guard, Texas because physically dirty, garbage on the side of the road. I never have seen that in Texas before. So your governor could have stopped that. He commands the Texas National Guard, and he didn't. And I feel like that makes him a traitor to the country, but what am I missing?
Well, I mean, Governor Abbott is, on a scale of 1 to 10, the best kind of Republican governor is a 10, and the worst is, say, a 1. And like the Illinois, it's a so-called Republican, that's really a Democrat. I would put Greg Abbott as about a 5. The state is overwhelmed. There isn't really a state mechanism. It's federal to kick people back and deport them. So they have put up barbed wire. They have tried to stop people. They have tried, but then they have to hand them over to the feds who release them.
Well, why not just say the feds are committing a crime? They're committing a crime. This is not allowed under laws passed by the Congress. In a democracy, the Congress passed laws. And so you've got criminals running the country. The Biden administration is criminal, which is true. And we're not playing along. And like, if you don't like it, come do something about it. Meanwhile, every able-bodied man with a black rifle assemble at the border, and we're just going to stop this and save the country. I don't understand. Like, that's not hard. What am I missing?
No, I think you're absolutely right. In fact, what the deep state fears would be a coalition of good governors, good attorney generals, giving them the findings and the rulings that they could indeed do that, and then declaring emergencies in the states and having a coalition of the states come in and do this, and then instruct local police and everybody else to not have sanctuary cities. But the problem is, if you're in Texas, every single city, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, are Democrat Party run. And so Texas is...
Sorry, I should have told you the name of this one is Alex Jones Reveals the Real Reason Why Global Elites Want Open Borders. Okay, so this is all about open borders. This is perfect for the conversation that's happening in the chat at the moment. This is absolutely perfect. So why do the global elites want this?
Almost purple, because the California influx and all the other refugees from New York, many of them bring their leftist ideology with them, even though they're fleeing it. Like locusts, they fly to the next field. And so that's really the issue, is that the legislature is somewhat cucked, to use that word again. And I think the governor has been cucked. He certainly went along with lockdowns and masks more than really any other Republican governor. And so I do think Greg Abbott needs to do a better job. But I also wanted to list some of the things that the state is up against. But I'll say this. Austin fired a bunch of police and another third quit. Crime everywhere, homeless everywhere, trash everywhere, ruin the city like everywhere else they are.
You live there?
Absolutely. That's where my family's from. I've been there since high school. But I'm going to have to leave soon because it's gotten more and more like Los Angeles every day. It's very sad to see it. People fleeing LA, like my friend Joe Rogan, it seems great to him because he went from a really, really bad situation into a bad situation. But if you've been there, you can see the decline. You can see how fast it is. And it's really, 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 really sad. And there are just illegal aliens everywhere and refugees from the rest of the country all over the place. And you see really the economic decline of most of the mom and pop businesses and things. So the same rot we've seen all over the country. Austin was supposedly this big mecca and it was going to be so great. And now sadly it's falling apart. I mean, Tucker, you know the answer to all this. You do the best job of anybody with a true Americana populist breakdown. The ruling elites of the world, the Black Rocks, the State Streets, they're on record saying they don't want our consumer society. They don't want our capitalist society. It's bad, it's ugly, it's gross. But they're the biggest consumers compared to anybody else in the world. Their quote carbon footprints are thousands of times bigger than the average person. Leonardo DiCaprio or Klaus Schwab literally have carbon footprints thousands of times bigger than the average poor working American, that they're telling you can't have a car or air conditioning. Remember, before Obama left office, he traveled to Latin America, to Africa, and the Middle East. And what did he tell them in speeches? The clips are famous. You can't have a car or air conditioning. The earth will overheat and burn up. While he's telling people that by the year 2017, like Al Gore said, we would have areas flooded on the coastal areas, while he bought a big house in Martha's Vineyard at 1 foot above sea level. And of course, it's still there and it hasn't flooded. I mean, his chef died there. You drowned, sadly, but no flooding inside the house, just the dead chef. So they're waging war against civilization and society to make us poor, to put us under siege, and to cut off our energy, make the cost of living impossible, to break our old system, to bring in something even worse. And that's the Cloward and Piven strategy that the Democratic Party has adopted. They've done the same thing in Europe. This is a plan. The central banks have unlimited money, but they can't buy all the infrastructure up because people aren't selling. So they've got to crush us and make people so poor that everybody's forced to sell their business, their intellectual property, their physical property, but more importantly, to turn over our bodies to them. We're a UN treaty that Biden right now is, that's what I call Biden, is Biden is trying to ratify, would literally put our bodies under the control of the United Nations and our medical care policy under it. So
it's the pandemic
treaty.
Yeah.
So what this is really a breaking of our...
Fuck, it's really hard to follow. Like, yeah, like I'm trying to follow the line of argumentation here, but like we're covering so much ground. When's this from? Views 8th of December 2023. Like we are covering a lot of ground here. Is he going to swing round to why we want open borders or something? What's going on here? All right. By the way, Ninja Nurse. This is your recurrent theme. I didn't even know you were here, Ninja Nurse. Welcome, by the way. By the way, I'm willing to put money on the fact that both these guys have a Grindr account and their profiles specify trans, cross-dresser, femboy only. That's fucking hilarious. That seems to be the theme, right? Yeah. Like, yeah. All right. All right. I'm going to continue to try and understand his argumentation here. I hope he swings around and speaks about the New World Order is a term used to conflate. Oh, wait, that's a... Alex Jones sits down with Carlson to discuss the real reason global elites are pushing for open borders. Okay. All right, let's have a look.
Our will, a demoralization. That's what the transgenderism is. And 2 men can have a baby, and puberty blockers, and castrating little boys, and cutting little girls' breasts off. They've got such hellish stuff coming in this designed global collapse to bring in their world government that they've got to just have all these horrors out there, hoping we just throw up our hands and run off to the countryside, which everybody's doing, and in a way that's good. But at the same time, then they've got full control.
That's totally right.
And they're going to march out of the countryside next and dig us out.
So that's, I mean, you look at the White House press secretary, who can barely speak English, who's one of the stupidest people I've ever seen, and a transparent liar. You wouldn't hire her to run your copy machine. She's the White House press secretary. Why would you do that? And it's not because of her race or who she sleeps with. I think the whole point is she's so obviously repulsive that it makes you feel bad about the country to see her.
I mean, that's it. We're at a beautiful ball. It's prom night. Everybody's dressed great. There's wonderful food, big, delicious punch bowl. And then they say, what can we do? Well, just have Brian Stelter go take a dump right in that.
Yeah.
And then he's there laughing at you. They're all there laughing at you to make you feel small, to make you question reality. Why is everything so ugly? I mean, that's why they tell people, hey, you can be homeless anywhere. You can crap on the street, needles, throw your garbage everywhere. Drug dealers can sell you drugs. We're going to give the homeless all this government funding. Liberal groups come in and farm and milk each homeless person and skim a big cut of the money off the top. It's a crop. But then a cash crop. But then
a lot of leaps. We are traversing so much territory here. And like, I'm down with this stuff. Like, I'm all, trying to figure out exactly how it is that what's the end game here. What are the bourgeoisie up to? But like, this is like, we are covering a lot of territory here, from like, streets being dirty and there being homeless people, to this being part of like the agenda that's going to displace the human race from owning any property and controlling any value, and then they'll control everything, kind of thing. And then they're going to, as we all displace ourselves to the countryside to hold on to the last vestiges of wealth and control or power that we have, they'll come and get us there too. There's some leaps going on here. This is like high jump championship, world championship right here. On our trajectory, you're looking at a Canavan or Hasty ticket. Oh wait, you guys are talking about Australian politics on the side here.
We see that and we think it's all over. There's nothing we can do to demoralize us and make us give up. And even though I'm conscious of this, even though I know this, it's still at a DNA level. I'm like, I got to go to the country. I got to get out of here. I've got to separate myself from this. But then when they release this toxic, cultural, poisonous gas, they push us out of those areas and they get the main infrastructure to then organize that, cut off the food and supplies to that group they have, and then tell them, the reason you're doing bad is not BlackRock and the WF and Bill Gates. It's all those evil people in the countryside. They're all white supremacists and terrorists and racists. Let's go get them. Because the last group they don't control is rural people that are self-sufficient. And so I get going to the countryside, protecting your children. That's the holy grail. The problem is you got to have 1 foot in each. You got to go back and fight in the city for the infrastructure, for the government. You got to give people hope, while also building a backup operation with farming and ranching and self-sufficiency. So that's why the WEF and the UN are coming in Ireland and in areas of Asia and in the Netherlands and saying, by 2030, 80% of your cows have got to be dead. And they just banned like 30% this year in the Netherlands. And it didn't matter people were 80% against it in polls. It didn't matter. They sent the military in against the peaceful farmers that were just protesting, just like the peaceful truckers in Canada got brutally attacked. And so they're all WEF globalist alumni that the big banks on record brag. They've penetrated the cabinets, to quote Klaus Schwab. They've put their operatives in to cut off our energy, demoralize us, release the hardened criminals, put the political activists in prison, continue to cut off the resources to make an angrier world. Klaus Schwab says, we're going to make the world collapse. We're going to have everybody turn against each other. We're going to blame the political classes that we own and control. And then when we're done, we'll bring in our new solution. But first, they have to demolish the cultures and societies that we had before with the fentanyl, with the open borders, with the demoralization, and then they bring in their next phase, which is a high-tech, cashless society, robot drone-controlled nightmare. More than half of the U.S. in their official UN maps that they've had for more than 25 years, that are some of my first films, show half the U.S. off limits to humans. All cars will have to have GPS. Everybody by law will have to have a cell phone at all times. Australia just did this last year, tried to push it through. And that's the admitted global.
Did we? Did I miss that one? Do we all have to have phones here? Do we all have to have GPS? Is that what he's saying? Because I missed the window on that one, and I may be breaking the law. Because I don't know if I have a GPS tracking device on me at all times. This is crazy. For the YouTube chat, James Patterson is making moves. He'll contend next election for the lower house seat and aim for... Has something happened in Australian politics? We're trying to educate you, E, for your next Geordie spot. Okay, I haven't been paying attention, obviously. Interesting. I still am struggling to follow exactly what his position is amongst all of this. This is difficult. This one is rather difficult. I like to give him the time of the day, though, but it is very difficult to see exactly what his point is here.
global UN standardized plan where you don't leave your house without a cell phone. Every car is robot kill switch, GPS controlled. California is moving to ban all the quote classic cars. That's any car that doesn't have a digital ignition, and they admit it's for control. So if people think things are bad now, the straitjacket, the ball and chain is going on. It's all being militarily run. Our military is great men and women, but at the top, our military has been globalist trained New World Order people for at least 30, 40 years. They've got almost every general, every person under their control. And that's why it came out in the UK and Europe and also here in Canada. You pull up the headlines. Defense Department purposely scared public into lockdowns, masking, and taking inoculations. UK headline, British Ministry of Defense secretly brainwashed and terrorized public. Canada, same headline. They even let you know, oh, the military is here to do this. And now, oh, the CIA and Justice Department is there to help surveil the public to stop disinformation. And it turned out, of course, almost all that disinformation was true.
Always.
About everything. So we have to understand, our governments have been seized. The big corporations want to get rid of the American idea. You got 50 acres and your house and a business and a farm, and you can take care of your family, and you're independent. They have to destroy all that because the rest of the world aspires to that. Instead, they want 15-minute cities, central bank digital currencies. They want all of these systems that track and trace everything you do in the social credit scores. And the plan for the rest of the public, I mean, we're talking 99%, is 250 square foot coffin apartments, 5G bathing you in them, literally eating bug protein. And I told people 10 years ago they're going to push bugs on the public because I read it in their white papers. Now it's already in grocery stores all over the U.S., all over Europe. They're putting the cricket meal.
His face is so good. He's like, wait, what are you saying? Even he can't keep up. He's astounded. That's classic Tucky's face right there. I look after a lot of patients with acute psychosis at work. They talk exactly like this, word for word. Seriously, I would have pumped him with, what is that? Olazampine right now, or to calm him down. That's what he wants. See, that you work for the world government, eh? And they're just going to try and satiate him and calm him down with drugs. Honestly, if you spoke like this, in my mental health team referral, in my mental health team referral. That's interesting. But like he's got so many concepts that he's grappling with, and he's trying to tie them all together. But like, then it's a long range one. Like from my investigations of the bourgeoisie, which is what I think he's talking about. He's like talking about a global cabal of like rich and powerful people. They really do have like some type of a plan as to what they want to see done with the world and how to like ultimately control the world's population. I don't doubt that they have some type of grand vision of what a society would be perfect for them, I guess. Goodbye, YouTube. You got banned on YouTube. What's going on here? What are we talking about? Uh-oh. Goodbye, YouTube. Breach of policy, it says. Wait, are you talking about the live stream one? Oh, yeah. Look at that. It's actually stopped. Really? That's interesting. I wonder why. Because like it was actually going quite high, the YouTube stuff. I must admit. The views were getting quite high. I wonder what happened. Oh, is it because you're playing Alex Jones, maybe? Huh. That's pretty crazy, man. You can't play Alex Jones? Is that what was going on? I have to just fix this. Just give me a second. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Your stream is no longer being blocked. Oh, it's copyright. Interesting. I wonder if it's because we're watching too much Tucker Carlson. That's interesting. Can you tell me if YouTube is back on? I don't want to keep going unless YouTube has come back. I thought we were lost forever. So did I. I was wondering if this is the point at which there's certain issues that we can't talk about. And it would be Alex Jones would be the guy that brings us down on YouTube. That's fucking hilarious. See, this is the sort of stuff that just fuels all the conspiracy stuff. Every time this stream goes down, and like we've had some pretty crazy occurrences of that over the years, right? Over the months of like us just getting like nabbed by YouTube, like really, really out of the blue. But here it comes. It looks like it's back. Give away Asia. And this is the type of stuff. It just fuels all the conspiracy stuff. Like everyone's like, say it's been cut off again. They don't want us talking about this stuff, man. So funny. All right, let me know if it goes down again. But look, what I was saying, basically, like to give Alex Jones some credit here, okay? Like, give him some fucking credit. I put my money on Alex Jones. Oh, damn. Twitch, Zucks, Bezzy. You're back. I think we saw you yesterday. Yeah, look, you like to think that the global kind of bourgeoisie that runs the world economy through multinational corporations and things like Blackstone, Vanguard, and State Street, I think it was, organizations like that are nebulous. They kind of control. They have massive stakes in the global economy. To think that they don't have a vision for what they would think a society would be like would be ideally for them is I think it's silly, right? Of course they would have some type of ultimate vision for society, but to think that they could coordinate that well, gives them a lot of credit. It makes it seem like there is some secret society that really controls everything. There is a lot of factional differences within the bourgeoisie, and they don't coordinate entirely. And there are also regional boundaries in the earth. And so when he talks about them having this vision for society, it's not like they have control over the entirety of the human race. There are areas or regions on the globe where they don't have kind of total control over the local politics, like in China, for instance, or potentially even Russia, or maybe parts of kind of Africa or other parts in Asia. It's not like there is a one world kind of system. We've seen time and time again how useless the UN really is. One of their kind of main points and their raison d'etre when it comes to being a global policing agent or a global authority was to stop genocide, and they failed to do that very recently, as we have seen. They continue to fail to do that. Look at examples that happen in northern parts of Africa, for example. Now, I think the only problem I have with this, and he's pulling a lot of stuff together that makes, if you connect it, it kind of makes sense. But my only argumentation against this is there isn't a consolidated global elite. There is a global elite, but they have factional differences. And to think that they have a plan that they can execute at the drop of a hat or over a long period of time doesn't factor in the instability that comes with long-term visions and plans. Things change. Ideas change, their political positions will change, and so it's just hard to fathom that there is really one secret group out there that controls everything. I think there's multiple secret societies and groups out there that are backed by people that have immense power and wealth and all that sort of stuff, but do they all have the same plan for society? They all have this one plan that they're all working on. I find that hard to believe. I think there's a lot of rich and vested interests out there that have their own plans, and they generally morph into a general vision for society, and that's what you get in the mix at the end. Like he's describing, there's going to be a world currency, everyone's cars are going to be tracked, you're all going to have phones in your pockets, and we're going to be completely surveilled. That's happening. And that is through the economic mode. Surveillance capitalism is a thing because it's economically viable and necessary to have everyone so interconnected. But that lends itself for total control, as he's talking about. But was that just one person's vision, or was that an economic tendency? Have to ask the question, I guess. But like, I just don't think it's as coordinated as he's making. I'm not saying that he's entirely wrong, but I just don't see it as so coordinating. Did the stream just get killed? Too nutty for YouTube? Apparently. I blame Jerry Poppins for this. Hey, we got kicked out of YouTube for a second there. But like, we're back on, it would seem. I think we're back. They both ramble, hopping from point to point, drawing all these dots together, some common sense truths interwoven with falsehoods. It all sounds like a realistic picture. He paints well, innocuous and squirmy, entertaining and fear-inducing. The depth is hidden. Where there actually is any, such nonsense, all of it. Yeah, fair enough. And that's the Avalava analysis there. Make sure you go over to Discord and check out the stream chat if you want to know the Avalava analysis. It comes in between his service to Capital, and he gives it for free. So make sure you take note. Jew Shapiro, hello, welcome. Interesting name, not gonna lie. Welcome to the stream. Has anyone mentioned harvesting hemochrome yet? I don't know what that is. My secret identity. No. Watch the Tucker Carlson Dangers of Australian Government vid. It's not from Tucky's actual channel, so you might be all right for the copyright limit if that does exist. I think there might be some type of copyright limit, actually. I think we just got done. I watched your unmasking video. Really cool. Oh, wow. Thank you. It was back in the day when I used to spend a bit of time editing and doing all that sort of stuff. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Back in the day when it was all just streaming in clips, when I used to have time. One day I'll get some people on board to help me, and I'll go back and do some more editing and all that sort of stuff. One day, as we grow. At the end of his verbal garbage, he advertises his crap. That's going to be this channel one day. And I'm like, this stream is brought to you by, I don't know, it'll be something that somebody wants to sell in relation to... Actually, I don't know if anyone will want to sell anything on this channel, let's be honest. Sorry, you said that there's a what? Tucker Carlson, Dangers of Australian Government. I'm going to move on from this one. Let's have a look. Let's look together, shall we, into the playlist. No one wants to say this about Epstein. Female leadership leads to violence. Heavy, bro. Tucker reacts to Trump. Tucker's advice to Australians? Is that the one? Jerry Poppins? The Shapiro vid is good. Yeah. We're going with the mask in the early days. I got a new cult leader vibe, but it was cool. Yeah, like I was definitely going for that, like trying to incite people to make, I don't know, a movement. But like the algorithm, you just get lost. Got to play the game. I find streaming seems to tend well or better in the algorithm than like videos on demand. This stream was brought to you by BHP Thermal Coal. Yeah, I'm sure they'll do it. I'm gonna go with the Australian one then, right? Tucker reacts to Trump versus Biden debate during Sydney, Australia. No, Tucker Carlson on the dangers of Australian government. I'm gonna go with that one. Yeah, the whole of seminar is fun. All right, let's just do let's do this. The dangers. That's the one. I think I found it. Sorry, let's go with that one.
I was like, you're making me not want to smoke, Mr. Tobacco Store guy. And he goes, I know. And every pack had like a rotted tongue on it or something. And again, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. But I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. If I wanted to, I should be allowed to, right? You can do fentanyl here with the government's help. But you can't smoke a Marlboro without being lectured? Ugh. I did ask how much they cost. It was $60 for a deck of 20.
Outrageous.
And I said to the guy, I don't want to smoke. And I've never said that in my life. And I know everyone's like, well, smoking's bad. Yeah, of course smoking's bad. Lots of things are bad. But it's not really anyone's business, is it? I guess wearing a seatbelt's a good idea. I mean, I don't, but my kids say it's a good idea. But when they're forcing you to do things for your own good, over time, you question, like, is this really for my own good, or are they just softening me up to a better...
Right, this is your best so far. Hey, this is your fucking best. We're going to start to talk about individual liberties here. I'm feeling it, bro. Hey? I'm feeling it, bro. Right, let's do this. Hey? Tell me why I should be able to smoke and not have to look at those disgusting commercials. Sorry, those warnings. Sorry. He's right. He's right. I just want to have a dart.
So when it really comes down to it, when they want to inject me with some creepy compound that hasn't been tested, that they'll be able to like shoot me with a rubber bullet if I decline. And I'll be so trained to be obedient that I'll kind of put up with it. And I won't do what I should do, which is stage, like, I don't want to say I'm going to get arrested. I shouldn't put up with that. Because that is not a free country. That's a tyranny. And you have absolutely no obligation under the most basic precepts of human rights and natural law to put up with that for 1 second. Period. They are the criminals. You are not the criminals. They don't care about your country, which belongs to you. So when they tell you it's not your country, that you're on someone else's land and you should feel bad about that, how is that a democracy? It's not a democracy. Because what's the basic idea of democracy? The citizens own the country. It's their country. It's not feudal land. They're not living here at the pleasure of the Lord. They can't just be shot with rubber bullets if they disagree with his decrees, because they own it. They're not renters, they're owners. That's the basic idea of democracy. However it's administered, whether it's a parliamentary system, whether it's direct democracy as in Athens, whether it's a constitutional republic, representative democracy is the one that I live in, the idea never changes. The country belongs to its people, period. And if they're telling you at every landing of every commercial flight, in every government speech at the entrance to the Anglican church in downtown St. Paul's, that it's not your country, you cannot put up with that. Yeah, you cannot put up with that.
Is he talking about, like, is he giving examples of Australia? Is that what's going on here? He's saying that, like, when you get off the airport and, like, when you go to the church or something, that, like, you're told that this is somebody else's land, like this is some indigenous nation's land or something like that. Is that what he's talking about? It must be, right? Discusses the encroachment on personal freedoms and the erosion of rights. Yeah, it must be. This is interesting, hey? This will G up some Australians, and this will fucking G up the chat as well. Listen, I'm not a fan of tax either, but the government is not helping people take fentanyl. A lot of jumping here, yeah. I was wondering where he's going with that. Like, why are they helping people take fentanyl? How's that happening? Wonder what Tucker's saying today about what's going on in his country. Yeah, hey. Interesting. Or the overreach of the government. Yeah.
Because you know what's going to happen is what's happening now, which is they will completely change your country, make your life much worse, make it absolutely impossible for your children to have the lives that you gave them. In other words, for your civilization to continue, because that's what that is. They will eliminate all of that, and you won't be able to say a word because why are you complaining? It's not your country. And I can promise you that in 50 years, what you have will not exist. It will not exist. I'm sorry to say that out loud. The only reason I'm saying that, it's such a heavy thing to say, and it makes me, I feel a little rude saying it. But I just liked what I've seen so much. I've been so impressed by this country that I think to myself, really, the only way you could wreck a place like this is on purpose.
And, like, it's not a bad assessment. Like, you could really make the argument that, like, if we are in such dire straits and people have had such wonder, like, we've come out of a golden age, and, like, like Australia in the 70s kind of, it was opening itself up to the world. It was modernizing its economy. People own houses. You could send your kids to school. Like, there were opportunities, all that sort of stuff. Like, you can really make that argument, but, like, to say, so you can paint that picture and say, maybe this is all just concocted somehow. Like, maybe somebody has sat there and just been like, let's just take away everyone's rights. But, like, this is, and, like, if you just take kind of, I get to say it once every stream. If you take a Marxian kind of look at like how the capitalistic economy works, is like this is the struggle between kind of the forces in capitalism, like capital and labor. And for a while, there was a big, strong kind of pull or tug, let's say, in that relationship, that dialectical struggle. There was a big tug by labor, and they were like, they demanded rights, they were unionized, like they had just come out of world wars, and they were like, enough's enough. And like, there was a lot of value to be made. There was a lot of circulation in the economy. Like people put a lot of kind of emphasis on globalizing supply chains and opening up their countries. And so like, a lot of wealth flowed around the world, and like we've come to the other side of that, and because of the neoliberal change to the economy, like a lot of those rights have been stripped back. Like a lot of the hard work that working people had done to set up certain societies in their favor, like having social safety nets, public education, having good infrastructure, having like social and public housing initiatives, like allowing there to be things like services provided kind of insured by the state, like water and electricity and like telecommunications infrastructure and things like that, like even to a certain extent having more of a say in public transport nodes. And then like companies have come in and tried to justify having more car ownership and more private housing ownership, as opposed to just having that like housing provided like half by the state and half by the market. And like all of these pressures have mounted up because of economic decisions, policy decisions made in the favor of private institutions and people that can profit off certain parts of this civilization that he's talking about. Like, your civilization was like having these opportunities and having like all of this wealth and having these things that meant that your children would have a similar life to you. Your children should have had a better life than you. But like the fundamental things that underpinned this civilization have been eroded. And like, yeah, I guess you could say that was just some evil government that made all those decisions, I guess. But like the evil governments that I guess he's speaking about were the ones that have allowed that to happen through policy decisions over a long period of time, which was based on privatization. It's been based on moving things into the market sphere so they can be profited from. And like moving everything in there and not having really a society that's structured around ensuring some level of capture there so people don't fall through the cracks. And now we have exceedingly societies where people are falling through the cracks and people are getting pissed off. And so like for him, it's like it's a large conspiracy. And like people have made some decisions and like they always had this intention of like undercutting you, the citizen. You own this country. And look at the policy decisions that have been made now. They're telling you now it's not even your country. You can't even buy a packet of cigarettes, man. Like without being told that it's bad for you. Like all this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's okay. That does happen. Is it related to why people are so desperate now? No, probably not. But like if you're concerned about this stuff over here, you should be concerned about all these things over here. They're kind of interrelated. So he's pointing towards sentiments that people have, but is it, again, as conspiratorial, all of that, or is it a result of the type of economy that we live in? And the type of economy tends to push this way. Whatever gains that we get, if you want to humanize capital, like capitalism, and like regulate markets to make them work for more people than less people, just be prepared in a couple of generations, that shit will be gone. That's why you need to have like kind of people that are revolutionary and want to change the entirety of the system, change the political process, kind of get in there and fix the problems of the economy, like revolutionary changes, systematic changes to things, because like you can have the best policy decisions ever. You can have things like Keynesianism and like, the New Deal, like Roosevelt style stuff that comes in and like, revolutionizes the economy. In a few generations, that prosperity or those protections will be gone. It just happens. It gets eroded over time because capital comes back in, and the struggle is like that. It kind of oscillates, and like until you recognize this is the oscillation, and we're going into a phase now, or we're deep in a phase now where the oscillation is well in the favor of capital and not labor, and so like people are feeling the burn for that. And they think their solutions usually are like, we've got to stop the conspiracy. There's like a great replacement theory. They're trying to replace us with immigration. or there's some other, like, there's a world government out there. There's like a small cabal of rich and powerful people that like basically want to control every aspect of your life. And like, I would argue that that's probably not the case exactly. There's probably multiple or numerous rich cabals of people that want to control everything. But like, is it as conspiratorially coordinated than that? I don't know if it's that simple, unfortunately. There are material explanations for what they're talking about, but they aren't as grandiose or as easy to digest. Reading any theory is not easy, hence why these guys are popular. Ah, yes, we should be free to buy whatever we want. If I want to buy cyanide and a noose, no one should stop me. It's just a good point, right? Why not? Eh? Oh, yes, Daddy Tuck, learn me harder. Learn me these ideas so hard that I see you... ... Overthrow the tyrannical government. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's always the tyrannical government. And, all governments are complicit in this stuff. There's not just one evil kind of government in any of the systems that he's talked about of representative government. They're all complicit because they, at the end of the day, they are beholden most of the time to powerful and lobbied interests. And so like the usual stem or the tide goes towards the people that can afford to have the say in those systems. And it's not, people like us who feel the burn. You got CC'd. Did you put in the censored comments though? No, you haven't done it yet. You're kind of getting to the idea of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's always an existential threat. Separate your recycling from your trash. There goes civilization, guys. Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of framed like that. It's like, now they want me to separate my old trash? This is outrageous. Increase to the Medicare levy to pay for universal health care. This is the reason why Rome fell. But you can grow tobacco and roll your own. Yeah, and that's real freedom. That's right, because then you control your own means of production. Okay? That's where the real freedom's at, not whether or not they put an evil advertisement on my tobacco that I can get out of the market. The freedom should be, can I grow the tobacco at home and roll my own? That's where it's at, baby.
Really is on purpose. You don't need anything here. Hearing about your energy costs almost drove me, I almost put my fist through the wall. Someone's saying, well, I can't, can't do that. I was asking dumb questions, you have, the world's largest deposits of iron ore from which steel is made. I said, well, how many steel mills? Well, none. Why? Because energy's too expensive. I said, well, too bad you don't have any thermal coal here. Oh, wait, you have the world's largest deposits of thermal coal in the world? So why do you have such high energy costs? Well, because we sell our coal to China, which uses it to make renewables, which we then buy back. Okay. Whoever thought of that hates you. I'm just being honest. That's not an accounting error.
Yes, that's the decisions of private entities. Yeah. This is right. I don't know if it's some evil conspiratorial government that hates you, but there's powerful moneyed interests, private interests. They get to constrain supply and control things. Yes, I agree.
That was not a mistake made in good faith. It's not like the accountants over at Parliament House or whatever they call it. They're look at the books one day and be like, all those estimates we had about wind farms, it actually doesn't add up. That we sell our country's resources to a faraway country to make something that doesn't work and then pay extra for it. They knew that wasn't going to work when they did it, obviously, because that's insane. It's prima facie insane. The fact that you have high energy costs is reason enough to get rid of the people who are running your country. Because guess what? Everybody else knows, except the English-speaking countries, including mine, which are on one level the most impressive countries that have ever existed in human history, clearly. Certainly the kindest and most decent. Well, they gave us science, okay? They invented the airplane. They're the most impressive societies ever created, but they're also on some level the most naive or the dumbest.
His laugh is so demonic. He laughs like a bundle of sticks. Eh? I got banned on TikTok after I read out what a bundle of sticks meant the other day when I think Jerry Poppins called me that. I got done. Eh? Broke the rules.
What everybody understands around the world is that there's a direct line between cheap energy and civilization. The cheaper energy you have, the fewer babies who die when they're born. Period. The cheaper energy you have, the fewer women get worn out by life in their mid-30s. I mean, go to countries with expensive energy in the developing world, and you will see the physical toll on people from having to live in a society where they can't afford energy. I mean, it wears people out. It wrecks their lives. We're happy because we have cheap energy in a lot of ways. And so if they're intentionally making it more expensive, just like if they're making it impossible for your kids to buy houses, or if they're shooting you with rubber bullets, at some point you have to connect the dots and say, these people aren't just neglecting me, they hate me. There's no other explanation for that. By the way, if this were happening in a family, so the model for all human organizations is the family, which is the building block of any civilization. Mom, dad, kids. I know they're trying to scramble that a little bit.
Historically, it hasn't been as isolated as we have it now. When you hear people make this argument that, like, throughout human history, it's just always been this mum, dad, kids thing, like, human cultures have lived in much larger community units than the way we live in things today, where we actually systematically isolate ourselves into these groups where it's immediate families only, and we have our own little plots or little shoeboxes, as he or Alex Jones would describe, and we all live in immediate family zones only. That is largely actually a phenomenon of the modern world, and hasn't always been like this. And like part of the destruction of a lot of cultures around the world, thanks to the expansion of the market system, so the expansion of the capitalist mode of production, has been going into certain areas, breaking down cultural barriers, and like bringing people into the market, which includes the wage work system. So getting people to work in a wage work environment as opposed to being self-sufficient or living in any other style of economic production. And so they have to buy things on the market, and once people start to sell their labor on the market, mum, dad, whoever the other productive individuals, they start to live in different family cohorts, and they start to kind of adapt to life around paid labor circumstances, and like that kind of demolishes the old community style living arrangements that people had before, and like people start to split themselves across the labor market. And so I get what he's saying, but like it's not like it's this kind of true throughout all human history phenomenon where it's always just been mum, dad, and the kids kind of thing, and like that's it. Maybe grandma and grandpa live in the house with you or something. Humans have always lived like just look at anthropology, like spend a bit of time looking at different human civilizations and humans throughout history, and like that kind of nuclear family story breaks down like very, very quickly, really, really quickly. And like, before the modern age anyway, they didn't really, you couldn't tell who your father was. All right, if you lived in a community, at least people saw that you came out of your mum, if there were enough witnesses. Can I get a witness? But like, you have no idea who your dad was until they had genetic testing. Like, you could be pretty sure, and maybe you could tell because you looked like your dad. But like, apart from that, like, this idea of the nuclear family, I think, is rather a modernized phenomenon. And it's definitely a result of kind of the way we do social production now, which is you go to the labor market, you sell your labor, and that's how you reproduce yourself and your family. And you look after your family that way. And everybody's in control of their own little labor market resources, and they go to the market and they sell their labor, and then they come back and they provide for their families. That's a result of this style of production. Before, we were a lot more communal. This is a theme that comes up a lot in the analysis that people give to why the world's so bad at the moment. And it's funny because these people are also the ones that are really family oriented, and they think that a lot of the woes that we have in society now is because the family has been destroyed, kind of thing. It's not just the family that's been destroyed by capitalism, but like whatever. It's like the community has been completely destroyed. And like, you know, handed over to the market, and you can get all of those services on the market now. You can go and get childcare on the market. You can go and get people to, you know, help do your lawn, or like help construct your residence. Like a lot of things before were done on the market. You can get people to cook for you now. Like we do all of this stuff on the market, whereas before we did a lot of things communally. And like it's whenever people start speaking about the traditional family unit and that being eroded, or like that being natural, and so we have to protect it, or like we need to go back to it, or there's an attack on it, there's some evil government out there that's trying to erode your family. Again, the premise is questionable. That's all I would say.
Future generations will look back on this and be like, that was the craziest thing that ever happened. I have an idea. Why don't you castrate your children? Yeah. By the way, I thought the government, when I was a kid, I know I'm digressing, but there's just so much. This country is so close to the country I live in, it's like really weird. It's like running into a relative you didn't know you had. You're like, wow, we look alike. How strange. Except you use the word wanka, and I don't know what that means. But in every other way, it's my new favorite word, by the way. I'm putting it in my suitcase.
That's pretty funny. He can't say it well either, but he's trying. Got to stop letting those women work. Hey, that's capitalism. Hey? There was a point at which the labor market needed to be opened up. So what did capitalism do? It made it acceptable for women to reach into the labor force. And like at the... You know, and men were very upset about that too, right? Men didn't want to have to compete with women in the workforce, but capital needed some more labor. And so women came into the workforce.
The trip home tomorrow. I'm going to unveil it at dinner parties. And I'm never going to ask anybody what it means, because I know it's something bad. But if I know, then I won't be able to say it with a straight face. But I'm going to drop that, no exaggeration, the second I get home at dinner. Be like, you're all wankas. I learned that from my Australian friends.
That's pretty funny.
Excuse me. Anyway,
it's hilarious.
But the building block of any civilization is, of course, the family, the nuclear family. Husband, wife, children. Because that mirrors the natural order, the biological order, from which everything is derived.
The only working women I support are the Sky News anchors. They do the Lord's work. What about the Fox News anchors? They do the Lord's work. What a creepy laugh. Yeah, people don't like his laugh, do they? He's getting into it, man. He's energized.
Now, Christians believe that's because God set it up that way. But also, scientists believe that because it's true, and there's no debating that it's true, okay? And so it would stand to reason that the deepest desire of the human heart, of course, is to reproduce. That's the whole point, right? That is the story of evolutionary biology, is to reproduce, to pass on your genes. And you get to a certain age, and you've done that, and so the most pressing agenda on your list is to have grandchildren before you die. And so if they're telling you, no, what you really want, no, you got that wrong. In fact, 1 million years of human civilization has got it totally wrong. We just figured it out about 18 months ago. What you really want is to castrate your children, and then you'll have no hope of passing on your genes, and then you'll be happy. By the way, they don't buy this in real countries like China. They're like, yeah, okay, all right. It's like green energy. You think the Chinese believe in green energy? Right. They're buying your coal because they don't. Not for 1 second. They're like, oh, the White Swan wind farms, let's make some more. This is why everyone hates the Chinese. I do not hate the Chinese. They're doing what they think is in their best interest. I mean, I don't want to live in China, okay, at all. I detest the fact it's an atheist society. There's a lot about China I don't like. I hate the way they treat animals. But I hate that, actually. But one thing I admire about China is they act in China's interest. I'm sorry, I can't complain about that. That's what countries are supposed to do. I wish we had leaders like that. In my country, you spend all this time hating on China. It's like, let's take out the kind of murdering people for their organs part, or the eating dogs, which are deeply offensive to me. But let's keep the part where the government acts in the interest of the nation, which is the only legitimate use of a government's power. Like, I admire that. So if they can sell you wind turbines or solar panels because you're dumb enough to send them your coal to do it, kind of in the W column for China, no? Whose fault is that? It's yours and mine. I mean, my country does exactly the same thing. So you're not gonna get me to rant about China. I wanna learn from China. You know, maybe you guys can get your domestic manufacturing back and go sell windmills to somebody else who's dumb enough to buy them. You should do that. I've heard Belgium is looking to expand its green energy profile. And by the way, you could do that because you don't need anything. You have, if there's one like sincere criticism of Australians I would level after 2.5 weeks here, way too happy. It's such a happy country that people don't pause, A, to consider how bad it could be. They don't. And B, they don't really, with respect, in the US the same way, they don't really appreciate how great it is. They really don't. They don't. If you were designing a country, what would you want? Well, the first thing you would want is natural resources. Okay? That's the most important thing. The most important thing, and this may be news here in Melbourne, is not banking. It's not. Banking doesn't make an economy. Banking is, in some sense, possibly a necessary feature of advanced economies, but it's not integral to any economy.
He's not wrong there. Like natural resources, I don't know, man. First, you want food. You want food to be able to grow food. Then you want natural resources, which is going into his argument about energy, right? Like energy is so important today. You need to have it. If you don't have access to energy, how do you live in a modern society? Yes. Okay, but like, how do you even live if you can't eat? So yes, you have to have land to which you can feed a population. Then you need to have the ability to provide them with the energy to enjoy the luxuries of life. And in a modern sense, we need a lot of energy. Let's not be honest. This fake laugh is killing me. Like Jimmy Carr, the laugh is part of the shtick. Dilemma's government wanted to double the income tax for each household, so they promoted feminists to get ladies out of the kitchen. I'd love that. Is that really the reason that like there was an evil government out there that wanted to tax people more, so that's why? Isn't it interesting, actually, how you can have you can interpret things so many different ways? Hey? Food is a natural resource? Is it? I don't know, man. Not everybody has land that you can make your own food on. Not everyone has that luxury. Like, to be honest, when humans were first kind of forming higher stage societies, as opposed to, I guess you would say, nomadic forms of living where we moved around to where the food was and we'd go to seasonal places. Like the first thing that defined whether or not humans were going to be able to form a higher form of civilization, meaning basically they could stay in one place and build up and increase their population dramatically. Like the first thing was whether or not you could feed the population. That was it. Outright. If you have a large population, you need to feed them. And that's why most populations started off in coastal environments, because seafood is nutrient dense as hell, and you can feed a lot of people from the sea. And then outside of that, they looked for areas that were well irrigated enough to have like large scale and broad agriculture. Like now we have industrial societies, so you don't have to be at the like in a river delta or something like that. But like natural resources for me is more like what he's talking about, like coal, minerals, et cetera, et cetera. Food is a byproduct of natural resources. Interesting. Yeah, again, like if you look at the anthropological evidence of where people were. Sorry, did I drop out on YouTube? Or like just generally? Are we done again? No, we didn't get done. Have you ever played Civ? It's water and naturally defendable land. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't put food in the same product as like same category as things like like coal and like I don't know, metals and minerals and all that sort of stuff. Like you can have a human society without the natural resources, to be honest. And like you can get food from like the sea, from rivers, from the plains, like all that sort of stuff. It's just the way that we produce food now is different to that. It's basically like a resource. After's multiplayer Civ game when once I set that up. It takes me a while these days. Not sure what happened, but it's back now. Oh, okay. Interesting. This is why he's a political commentator, because he's not funny. He's just entertaining enough to serve as a mouthpiece of capital. There it is. Scathing commentary there.
Money and interest actually used to be considered disgusting. In fact, it was illegal. It still is illegal in some places. So the idea that we've made that like the apogee of human achievement, lending money. No, it's not. No, making things is the point of life. Making things is the point of life.
Very Marxian.
And in order to make things, you need resources.
Again? So this is YouTube kicking me out again, but it's back now. Okay. At least it's back. I wonder what it is. Because like my viewer keeps saying that like, look, your stream is... It was like blocked for a copyright issue, but it says it's returned. So... yeah, it says it's returned. So hopefully that's better now. Wealth for toil. We work the land to give us food and resources. Yeah. It said privacy issues on my screen. Is that the same? Yeah, I think that was, again, like copyright. There was a copyright issue. It might be just the video. Like, because we've been watching this for fucking like, what, 3 hours now. I think there is probably some type of limitation on how much you can watch of one person's channel with them questioning whether you're doing fair use, basically. We're going to finish this one. We're going to have a break anyway. We've been looking at Tuckies for a long time. Not that it hasn't been very entertaining, though.
And you have more resources than you could ever use. For the next 1,000 years, you're totally set. You need nothing. You've got more than enough land. There's nobody here. There's nobody here. I've flown over beaches recently. I was like, what, was someone going to build a Club Med there or what? I just saw like 30 miles of beautiful coastline. In my country, people would be murdered over the rights to that. Here, it's just like, oh yeah, we got a lot of that. Like no one lives here. You lead the world in resources, in gas, in bauxite, which is kind of important actually, in iron ore, in coal, in lead, in gold, you name it, copper, you've got it. The rest of the world, uranium, oh my gosh, whoever said that, thank you. I totally forgot about uranium. I think of the deepest reserves in the world here. Did you say wanka? I don't think that's a natural resource, but maybe it is. I gotta look that up, actually. The point is, you don't need Great Britain. You don't need any other country. You could, honestly, kind of run the world. You've got no real poverty. No, I mean, there are poor people here, but you don't have dense concentrations of poverty that I've seen in 7 separate cities, and I look for it. You don't. You will, but you don't now. You've got a very well-educated and impressive and smart population. Like, what don't you have? You don't need anybody around. You should be running the world. I mean, I personally would immediately buy a nuclear weapon just to make that point clear to the rest of the world. I'm not kidding. Probably not going to do that. You're not even allowed to have handguns. You're probably not buying nukes. But you should get both. Sorry, I know you hate that, but I feel that way. And once you realize that, then there is absolutely no reason to let your leaders destroy the place. You just need to say no. And the first thing you do, so how does that work exactly? I was getting so upset talking to this awesome Pakistani tobacco shop guy yesterday. The poor guy, you know? Anyway, it really bugged me. I had a long conversation with him about it that got so out of control that I can't repeat it here because we'll all be arrested. But he was on board. He's probably here tonight, by the way, if you're here. But how do you
legalize personal nukes? Yeah, I was wondering where he was going with that. How does everyone feel it? Like, should we just buy a nuke? Should we just do it? Let's just do it. It's like sign a petition. Let's just buy a nuke, man. Fucking whatever. We got uranium. We got resources to protect. We got nice coastline that doesn't have enough like hotels and resorts on them. Like, let's just buy a nuke, bro. Who sponsored this talk? It sounds like some of these points are coming straight out of Gina's office. Yeah. Well, like what he's talking about though is like using the resources to our advantage. Like, I don't know if she wants this stuff processed on shore. She wants it just shipped over somewhere else. Australia is great because we have a strong history of labor movements and standing up for our rights, not because we just have so many resources. Yes, thank you. Many countries have many resources, but they're exploited so the populace becomes poor and the wealth is siphoned away. And so we have that phenomenon here, which is what he's talking about. We are siphoning our wealth away, but we have enough controls and regulations to ensure that we capture the wealth that we do have and, ensure people don't fall through the gaps as much.
Do that? How do you do that if you're an orderly, peaceful person, by the way? Because, the problem with changing our society is it can move in super ugly directions super fast, and no decent person wants that. Now, the people running your country definitely want that. They're the ones who shot you with rubber bullets and set up concentration camps for you, in case you've forgotten. Wrecked the economy of Victoria and many other, right? I mean, the cost of that made you take the COVID shot and then ignored the injuries that it caused. Just totally ignored them. So they have no problem with force. But normal people have a lot of problem with force. I have a lot of problem with force. I'm a Christian. I mean, I'm a believer in a religion that rejects force, actually, rejects hurting other people, that calls for you to pray for your enemies. It's a little weird. But I watched CNN today and they had
Do you believe that though? Like, that's the thing that always gets me. Like, I'm Christian, I believe in peace. Do you though? Do you? Like, how badly do you believe in peace? Tell me, please. I would like to know more. How badly do you believe in peace? Here you go. All right. This has been a trip down the right-wing pipeline, and this has been sponsored by none other than the infamous Jerry Poppins. So thank you very much, Jerry Poppins, for curating today's playlist. Like, I don't think we did much damage on that. I don't think we got much, like, there's probably like 30, 40 things on here. And so, like, we're gonna have to come back and finish this off, but like, I'm happy to keep rolling with the Far Right Fridays theme. I think it's been really, really interesting. 4AS is gifting subs, is that right? Thank you, 4AS, for being over in the Twitch files and gifting subs to people. Do appreciate it. Really, really appreciate that support. Thank you. And yeah, to all of you who are out there who've been interacting today and come with us down the far right, come with us for Far Right Fridays and down the pipeline. Thank you very much. I'm going to do my usuals, and then we're going to go on to the afters. So, Dilemmas and Dr. Nathan. Jackie Bailey was in the house for a little bit. Good to have you, Jackie. Not sure if you're still there. Jerry, there's the gif of the day. There it is. Thank you, Jerry. Jag is in the house. Jerry Poppins, the man of the hour. Remag is coming in too. It's good to have you. Jungle Potatoes, of course. Who else we had? Oh, we had Wekran back for a little bit. Good to have you, Wekran. There was some interesting discussions going on today as well, I believe. I'm sorry if I've missed you. I can't go all the way back. Ninja Nurse, good to have you. Anyone else? We had Twitch Zux Bezzy coming in for a little bit there. Not sure if you're still around with us. We had Juice Shapiro. Not sure if that's a like a troll account or not. But yes, thank you everyone for your interactions today. Woozal as well. It's good to have you. And yeah, a big thank you again to Jerry Poppins. It's been, golf clap, please, ladies and gentlemen. It's been absolutely eye-opening. That's for sure. And yeah, thanks for all your interactions. So, and like we went down a couple of times today. You, Twitch, Zucks, and Bezzy. Okay, right. That's interesting. It's have to be across so many pseudonyms. But yeah, thank you everyone for your interactions. And yeah, we're gonna have a quick break, and then we're gonna be going on to the afters, and we're just gonna hang out and chat. So if you're interested in that, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Thanks. All right, we are kicking in for the afters. Friday afters as well. What a time. Friday afternoon for the working class. Eh? It's such an awesome time of the week. I'm sorry if you work shift work, but I'm just generalizing here. But yeah, end of the week. End of the working week, end of your working schedule, let's call it, to be more inclusive. It's a brilliant time. It's a brilliant time. And yeah, oh, what a feeling. Can I just say? This has been interesting, I must admit. I didn't get much of his working class rhetoric today. I just got more of his society is against you kind of stuff. And this is why. This is why it's all against you. Look at you, 4IS, with the subs. Good on ya. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. Really appreciate it. So yeah, it's been an interesting ride with old Tuckies. Uncle Tuck Tuck's greatest hits. There's the playlist. And we're going to be revisiting this time next week. We'll come back for another Far Right Fridays and finish it off. Not even finish it off probably, but like learn more about the right-wing pipeline. Now, I must admit, like a lot of, like I think we've already analyzed with the culture wars, is like these people have legitimate grievances. Now, how they take those grievances and what they turn them into is kind of, I guess, what happens with humans generally. We interpret things and like things have meaning for us as factions, as tribes, as individuals. And so like you got to take all of that with a grain of salt. But like he obviously interprets things in a very particular way from what we've seen today, which is, I would say, almost conspiratorial. Like he really does see it as like there's a big bad government out there that's trying to take your rights away, and they make decisions that like don't suit you. They don't give you, the people, the ability to run your own country. They make you feel like an alien in your own country, and like they're trying to take your rights away one at a time. And those sort of things do make sense, given the fact that materially those things are really happening. Like we are losing more and more of our civil liberties. Like look at the way that we live in, like what type of society we live in now, in a surveillance capitalist style society. We are quite okay with being surveilled all the time. He's right. Our civil liberties are under attack. I just don't know if it's as conspiratorial as he makes it. It seems, in my opinion and assessment of things, it really does, all roads lead back to like economic issues at the end of the day. And like there are people that are making these decisions because it is somehow profitable for them to do so, directly or indirectly. You didn't even get close to how conspiratorial he gets. There's a few loose ones in there. All right, well, give me a loose suggestion next week, Jerry Poppins. I'd like to see it. But like, the analysis is poor, but the grievances are not wrong. And I think we should spend time considering that as we divide ourselves along the culture war lines. I saw a bit of culture war stuff going on in the chat today between like Wekran, and Dilemmas versus, I don't know, they're just pulling names out randomly, like Jungle Potatoes, Ninja Nurse, maybe. Like people have different opinions on culture war grounds. Like I think we can all kind of appreciate with commentary like this, though, like our grievances are very similar for the most part. Like people are concerned with the way that society is going and why we don't have a more equitable society. And I think these are good questions. They just require well thought out solutions, as opposed to just going after other people that are economically like you. Hey, these people over here that are pretty much the same, like they have the same types of struggles as I do. They just want to survive in the world today. It must be their fault. Yeah, they're the problem. Like we just tend to do that. And it's an unfortunate situation when we just turn to people that are struggling to get by just like us as the reason for all of our problems. The issues are systematic. We should try our best to focus on that. It's not easy, though. It's definitely not easy. I'm going to try to find what we were watching yesterday because we didn't get to see the end of it. What did I type in? North Korea. What a thing to go to. I'm sure Tucker Carlson would have loved to have been there at this. But like, is this what we were watching yesterday? Is this the one? One of them was just on repeat, which was really annoying. Oh, this one goes for 11 hours. We didn't even get to the military trucks and stuff like that. North Korea. Yeah, look at this one goes for 11 hours. We missed that. Streamed 5 days ago. I guess we're going to go with... Let's go pick one of the 11-hour ones. CNN News 18. Let's have a look.
외국 손님들이 초대석에 자리 잡았습니다.
Holy shit. We didn't get to see any of the vehicles yesterday, I don't think. Let's see if we can find some of those. Oh, here we go. Some vehicles in there. He does a lot of speeches.
조선노동당 중앙위원회 정치국 상무위원회 위원들을 비롯한 당과 정부의 간부들, 도당위원회 책임 비서들, 군부의 주요 지휘 성원들, 해외 동포 축하단 단장들이 주석단에 나왔습니다. 국가의 중요 직책에서 오랜 기간 사업한 노 간부들이
You know, I think this is the same one on repeat again. I don't know why they do this. Why do they just repeat the same thing over and over again? That's annoying. Maybe we can watch this one.
사랑에 받들려 전진하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I think this is a repeat one as well. That sucks. That's unfortunate. Do the captions work on this video? No. Are you talking about like how you can get actual live translation stuff? I was looking for that. Like the only captions that we found yesterday was actually like Korean captions, unfortunately. Oh wait, here we go. There's some military stuff here, like as in vehicles. I'll see if they can translate, auto-translate. No, it's just in Korean. Korean, auto-generated. It doesn't work for everything. Unfortunate, hey? Because like they've been pretty good. I think we watched this guy yesterday, but they all look the same. Yeah, it's supposed to be an AI that can do that. That's what all the tech entrepreneurs told me. What an epic finale that was. That was hectic. Okay. Here come the vehicles.
의병 주로의 강군의 무게를 더해주는 기계화 종교들의 철의 진군입니다.
So this is for their 80th anniversary for the Workers' Party. So we were trying to figure out the other day what exactly this was for. This song goes pretty hard. How epic was that ending? Entrepreneurs also tell people to use Australia to get rich, take your money overseas. Yeah, bro. Don't stay in Australia and use your wealth to make it a better country for next generation. Don't mind me, it's a pet peeve of mine. I can see that. It's under your skin. Oi, Dilemmas. Are you finished lurking? Are you going to the March for Australia rally on the weekend? I'm trying to figure out if I can get Sunday, so I might go again. I'm trying to figure it out. But I saw that thing that you were talking about. This guy called like Jamal or something like that. Kamal? I don't know. But I saw them speaking about the March for Australia. So it's back on, man. I wonder if they're not going to have as many people as last time. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yes, I am. Fair enough. The music is sick.
전술 유도 무기 종대가 용용한 흐름을 이어가고 있습니다.
존디가. Such a hardcore language.
명중 종합도와 기동력을 생명으로 하는 위력한 장비의 흐름입니다.
This part is not as impressive as China's, I must admit. China had some very sick-looking hardware, that's for sure. Yeah, Joel Jamal. He does a nationwide live stream and has streamers call in and share their footage. Right, Joel Jamal. Yeah. I think I saw that. Bro, I'm telling you, our algorithms are converging. Like, all of the people in this community. Because, like, we just spoke about it in the stream yesterday, and then it came up in my feed. I was like, no way. What are the odds? You should reach out. Good way to boost your brand. Capitalism, baby. We're doing the NK parade again? Yeah, we are. I just wanted to finish it off because we were looking for the vehicles yesterday and we didn't get to see all the vehicles and stuff. I felt like we didn't get to see the vehicles. What, reach out to Joel Jamal and ask him, but like, he won't have someone like me on. He wouldn't want to speak to someone like me. It's so apropos. Appropriate. Yeah, I'll set up Rome. I'll set up Rome. Look at those big phallic objects. So good. It's also phallic. If you have footage of the march, he will. Interesting. That's the angle, is it? Alright. Let's do it. I hope I can, yeah, if I can get my time on Sunday, I will.
전술 핵탄두 탑재가 가능하고 초저공 비행과 변칙적인 고도 조절 및 회피 기동으로 수천 킬로미터의 작전 반경 안에 있는 지상 목표들을 높은 명중 정확도로 타격하는.
Wait, is Indoctrinathan here? Are we raiding you in like 40 minutes or something? Let us know if you're here. Let me know if you're here, bruh.
나는 갱신 진화로서 자기의 위협적인 응징력을 더욱 펴리고 있습니다.
The music is good. Yeah, if we are raiding, get as many people to come over to Twitch as possible. Are we raiding? Are we doing this? Are we doing this? Oh my god, we're doing this. Look at those drones. Back of the truck drone drop.
이 국가 대공 방어력의 새로운 변화 장성을 보여주는 강력한 대공 방패 지상대 공중 미사일 종대가
종대가 so good.
하고 있습니다. 수백 킬로미터 범위 안에서 내수파는 적의 공중 목표들을 믿음직하게 소멸하는 반항공 무기 체계입니다.
See those poor people, like they've been waving for fucking ages. Like I don't know how long I can keep my hands going like that for. And like the ones at the front have to keep jumping up and down as well. Guess it keeps them fit, right? Look at those things. They look badass.
적의 작전 전술적 거점들과 전투기지 우생 역량을 완전 파괴 소멸하는 위력한 근거리 전술 탄도 미사일 무기 체계입니다.
Don't stop waving. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. I wonder if the band is actually playing. I don't know. They looked pretty lively before. It looks pretty good, actually. They look tight. You know what? I'm gonna say, like, I hope that they're playing. They would be so much better, right? And like, what a coordinated effort that would be, with like the way that they're rolling everything out. Everything's timed perfectly. Hey, Trump's birthday parade could learn a lot from that.
우적 병기들이 연이어 등장하고 있습니다. 수천 킬로미터를 사정권 안에 두고 있는 조선민주주의 인민공화국의 중요 핵 전략 무기 체계 극청속 중장거리 탄도미사일 종대입니다.
A tied arm would be better than an alternative if you stopped waving before you're told to. I was waiting for a commentary like that to come through. It's better than the alternative.
이 무기 체계가 전략적 억제의 핵심 축을 차지하게 됨으로써 우리 국가의 핵무력 고도화는 더욱 가속되게 됐습니다. 지금 월경 광장으로 조선민주주의 인민공화국이 보유한 최강의 전략 핵무기 체계 대륙간 탄도미사일 화성포 20형 종대가 영찬 모습을 드러내고 있습니다. 행성이 무겁게 진동하고 있습니다. 이에 추적을 겨냥하여 당중앙의 발사 명령만을 기다리고 있습니다. 이 타격의 사정권에는 한계가 없음을 선언하는 초강력 전략 공격 무기. 자전과 번영 미래를 위하여 위가 학력의 절대적 힘을 채워놨습니다. 강자의 배심으로 10월의 광장은 더욱 뜨겁게 열광하고 있습니다.
What are those things? Like, what the hell do you think is that? Is that like a, I don't know, a hypersonic missile, or that stuff that they always talk about, like being the cutting edge technology that moves too fast for any type of missile defense system and it's going to bring down, you know, could bring down the West kind of thing, or like take on America. They're always too really worried about what they're up to. Look at the fireworks too. It's so good. They're really impressed with whatever this phallic object is. Maybe it's a nuke then, maybe. They seem to be really excited about this one. Look at all the fireworks for it as well. Yeah, this is our biggest bad boy. Look at that one. Yeah. You like that? It's bulbous. He's impressed. He's happy.
이 국가의 총의를 또받던 전략적 기둥, 저 강철 필들은
Those are likely ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. The big phallics that can end us all. Yeah, intercontinentals. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Once they're launched. KJ-47 thermonuclear missile up to 8 warheads? David? But yeah, where are you coming from? Are you a military expert, or you just know your weaponry? So that's a nuclear missile. That's why they gets all the fireworks and stuff, I guess. I wonder how many of those they got. Up to 8 warheads? Wait, how many do you need in one missile? Or does it, like, once it gets close to the target, it splits kind of thing? Is that how it works? I'm learning about the military today. Let's do this.
조선노동당에 대한 다함없는 흠모와 충성의 일념으로 세차게 끌어번지는 열병 광장에 또다시 우렁찬 만세 환호성 경축의 축포성이 터져올라.
Oh, I guess that's the end of the parade. That's why all the fireworks they show off their big bad boy at the end. I guess that makes sense.
열병의 광장을 노도친 장엄한 힘의 경륜은 흠모의 열파 거세찬 민심의 대하로 이어집니다. 조선의 힘을 키운 위대한 당이여, 영광을 드립니다. 감사를 드립니다. 시월의 광장을 뒤울리는 저 열광의 환호성은 향도의 당을 따라 끝까지 가고 갈 맹세로 끓어오르는 심장의 분출입니다. 높이 올라설수록 멀리를 볼 수 있듯이 승리와 영광 빛나는 80년의 정점에서 그 영명한 예지, 거룩한 손길이 펼칠 더욱 장연한 미래를 내다봅니다.
They're just doing laps now? That's so good. Home and prepping to be ready by 3:20ish. Oh, it's fucking on! Friday stream. Fill me in while we're watching this strong, great, and prosperous nation celebrations. Because that's what we're doing, bro. We're celebrating. Like, this is what happens when you take a workers' idyllic workers' society and put it into practice, apparently. This is what it supposedly looks like. So we're looking at how they celebrate, I guess you would say. Now, my opinions on whether or not this is the ultimate form of what a worker society should take is not conducive to this. I don't think this is ideally what you want when you have a worker society. One that is just geared towards being able to defend itself at all costs. That seems to be their whole reason for being, right? Is to be able to defend themselves against any attacks from the US. Like, they haven't forgotten the Korean War. Let's just say it like that.
김정은 동지께서는 열병식이 끝난 후 여러 나라 당 및 정부 수반들과 작별하셨습니다. 당 및 정부 수반들은 김정은 동지께서 건강하실 것과
Look at them. It was a great parade. Good on you.
인민의 투쟁에서 보다 큰 성과가 이룩되기를
This is the Russian delegates, I guess? Because they had people from China. I think it was the premier of China was there. It's pretty much like 2IC, right? Jerry Poppins, they look hungry.
친선과 우위의 귀중한 역사와 전통이 더욱 깊게 이어지게 되리라는 확신을 표명하셨습니다.
Jungle Potatoes, not Kimmy. He looks healthy. Fucking oath he does. And that's how you know it's still a class society, right? And not everyone's equally as hungry, let's say. Where's the solidarity there?
그 영원한 젊음으로 세월의 끝까지 우리를 이끄시라. 우리 심장 영원히 그 뜻으로 고동치리라. 조선인민의 모든 승리의 조직자이며 향도자인 불패의 당 조선노동당 만세. 위대한 우리 당의 상징이시고 존엄의 대표자이시며 백전백승의 기치이신 김정은 동지 만세. 영광스러운
I'm out. Good luck. See you later, David.
여른덜 만세.
I didn't even know you were here, David, but so hi and bye. Okay, 2, applause. 1, likes us. I don't know why, though. Tough from now to say that. Oh, I can't even read all of this. So 0.1 perfect, but heaven knows we tried it all. Wait, let's drop one big one and see what happens. We give them money, but all they grateful they spot. Oh man, I'm not sure what what you're saying there, David. Thanks, though. I have great news. Tell us, Jerry Poppins, what is your great news? Is it as triumphant as this, though? Because this was pretty hardcore. They're still waving. Maybe just train with weighted flags for the rest of the year. So good. Yeah. Well, they're pretty good at it. Like, I must admit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed. Oh, do we get the music now too? Fuck yeah. Let's have a listen. Ah, they cut the music off. Damn. Live ended. Unfortunate. It was nice though. It was a nice parade. Great fireworks display too, must admit. That was one heck of a party after the parade. Nazi feds. Fuck off. So like this is the war zone. Like right now we're watching Portland, Los Angeles ICE immigration protest multi-stream. So this is, where's this, do you reckon? Portland? funny. Yeah, I think this is Portland. So like this is the place that like I guess you would say Trump and the boys are saying is a war zone at the moment. Like I said, we've seen the footage of the Gaza Strip recently, and like doesn't look like this. Let me just say that much for free. I have just received word that Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson will be debating each other. What a clash of mystery moguls. What a gift to the people of this community. That would be cool to see, right? I wonder when that's happening. Let us know, Joe Bobbins. Wouldn't mind seeing that one. Why would they debate either? They supped on grass and dirt and made memories. Oh my god. Antifa's newest tactical outfits. I know, right? Yeah, if you can't... See, this is what we talked about when they first made that claim about Antifa being like a terrorist organization. It's like, well, just stop calling yourself Antifa. Just stop wearing black. You know, like, this is exactly what we said first off the bat. Like, look, people just don't foot the bill anymore. What are you going to call them? Are you going to call these guys Antifa? Is that what you're going to call them? I think you'll find they agree on more than they disagree. Yeah, so how do they debate one another? It's just going to be a talk. They're just going to have a chat. More likely, I guess. This is so boring. Like, where's the war zone that Trump promised me? Hey? Where's the in war zone, bro? You promised me a war. Hey? It's just people hanging out the front of the ICE detention center. This is outrageous. They lied to me. They said it was a war zone. They wouldn't do that, would they? Governments don't lie to people. Does this look like a water zone to you, or is this just me? Bang a tune, heads will roll. I wonder if I get done for copyright now. Because if I'm... Definitely get done for copyright. I think that the debate breakdown isn't a far-right Friday special. I don't know what it is. Yeah, look, I'd watch it anyway. But it is a far-right Friday kind of thing, don't you reckon? If you have two right-wing heavyweights going at it. Even they're all just dancing. This is Trans Tifa, man. They are scary. You need to watch out for that Trans Tifa, bro. I'm telling you. Scary, scary stuff. I read that wrong. Sorry. If that debate breakdown isn't a far-right Friday special, I don't know what is. Sorry. You lazy communist. Look, I'm trying to beat the Romans here, okay? This isn't easy. Killing the Romans, bro. I'll tell you that much for free. I really thought it was going to be more war. Maybe they're just filtering this. This is like Antifa propaganda, and they just show the peaceful stuff. And like just outside the camera, there's like people dying, exploded bombshells, debris, like a real war zone kind of thing, you know? With this fake Trump war zone stuff. Why would Trump lie about that? Doesn't seem right. Trump wouldn't lie about stuff. I blame the media. This is why I swear someone is showing Trump AI videos. Yeah, could you imagine? They're just like, yeah, he'll do what we want. Let's just show him this video again. And he's just like, oh my God, this is awful. What do we do? Send in the military, sir. Oh, okay, fair enough. I just wanted to scam people with Bitcoin. This is outrageous. It's Transtifa. They're eating the dogs. Look at this guy roller skating around. You can see why like people on like Fox News and stuff would think that these people are all just like drug taking psychos. They're literally just standing around dancing and taking drugs. Look at this butterfly dude. It's definitely a war zone, man. I've been to music festivals. I know what a fucking war zone looks like. Look at this loose cunt. Oh, that's so funny. Oh man, this is not what I expected. Where's Nick Shirley? Hey? Nick Shirley knows what's going down, bro. Yeah, toilet queues. Fuck that. Do you remember the queue for the bathroom, man? You don't forget things like that, man. Do you remember what we saw in the bathroom? Hey?
He's turning around.
That was dirty, man. You can't unsee that stuff, man. So true. Queues for the bathroom. Can't unsee that stuff, man. Beep, beep, beep. Scarred for life. They were grubby as hell, though. They are grubby. Fuck. Integer. There is speculation he was watching some rerun videos of Black Lives Matter 2020 riots on Fox News, then called Portland demanding to know what was going on. Huh. Do you reckon that's true? Do you reckon that's true? Because like I remember him talking about it to the media, and he's like, I called her up, and she was like, "There's nothing wrong here. It's under control." And he's like, "All right, I'll call you back. I'm gonna look into it. I'll call you back and see what's going on." I wonder if he did. He actually looked into it, and people showed him footage from, like fucking 5 years ago or something. And he was like, "See, it's under control. We want to send them in." But from what I understand, are there like legal issues with him sending? I know Chicago is mixed up with legal issues, and they can't send the ICE, not ICE, so they can't send the National Guard into Chicago yet. But like Portland, have they been blocked in Portland as well through the courts? It's fucking crazy. I'm telling you, people, it's a war zone. Why doesn't anyone listen to me? I don't know, man. It seems like we've just got a live stream some like random block party in the US somewhere. Look at this loose guy over here. Can you see this guy with the yellow socks?
Thank you.
He's loose as yeah, there he is. Look, they're even moving people other way so the bus can come past. So funny. Please move along, sir. The guy with the yellow vest on. Judging by the honks, there's a lot of drive the JJ because of ice. That's hilarious. Look at this guy, bro. He loves it. He's definitely off his tits. You can't keep it up for that long. Like, maybe he's just born with the groove. I don't know. Where's Nick Shirley now, huh? Why doesn't he get in there and start dancing with these people? Did this guy come back again, the roller skate dude? So funny. Yep, there we go. He's doing the rounds. I don't know. I think we should start live streaming from Portland. Bro, this war crime footage is pretty gruesome. I can't take much of this raw. Look, man, I'm gonna get kicked off. Like, I'm not gonna be able to stream anymore. YouTube's gonna shut me down again for the violent footage that we're seeing. Like, this is it. This is why they've classified Antifa as a criminal organization. Sorry, a domestic terrorist organization. This is tough to watch. You're right. And we see what these not Israelis have done in Gaza. This is hard to watch. What is that alien doing to that man, small man? Yeah, that poor small man. Somebody think of the small man.
Shut up, old man. You can't catch anyone.
Shut up, old man. You can't catch anyone. This guy dancing out the front of the facility.
Finally, they're standing up. Oh, we're standing up.
Isn't that funny? Like, this is what political expression looks like in the year 2025. Let's just go dance out the front of like federal agencies or federal buildings. This will piss him off. They can't take it when we dance. And it's real. Like, these guys would be fuming as well. It's like, why are they allowed to dance out here like this?
The free show, bitch. How is that a threat? Like, they're laughing. It's not a threat. He's dancing. Old man, go change your diaper.
Can you guys hear her? She's very antagonistic.
Oh, they're big mad. They're big mad. Look at his face. He's turning red, guys. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Did you shit in your Depends? Go change that shit. Maybe you'll be in a better mood.
That was the most stylish aura form I've ever seen, and you got this guy dunked on.
Oh man, that's crazy.
What a threat. A person dancing. You're actually a bigger threat.
We're not the ones with the guns, bitches. We're not the ones brandishing weapons in front of you to intimidate you into leaving.
Oh, look at them making a little plan. You're all too old to catch anyone. You know that, right? You're like 70 years old. This new season of DHS is fucking weird. Season 10, Keeping Up with DHS. Bunch of old fucks.
hotel. So won't you take me to the hotel? I'm sorry, but fashion can't rock to this music.
This is why they're going to declare a civil war. Are you watching this? For this reason.
Again, freedom of expression.
Get out of the city! Get out of our city!
We pay your fucking salaries, sit the
Look
fuck
at this
down.
old dude. So good.
We pay your salaries, sit the fuck down.
We
Sit
pay your
your
salaries.
asses
Get out.
down. That's all you're fucking good for. Sit your asses down and pay
Oh,
the
Vinny
fucking
Veneers, you're here?
from the people.
Guys, look who's here. This episode featuring Vinny Veneers. He wants to be the tough guy, he wants to be the star. Come back. Let's see your Veneers smile.
This guy with the
Your
rose
$1 million smile. Oh, he left, guys. He's shy. Why pay all that money for the veneers and you don't show it off, bitch?
You guys are feel threatened. Is it because you find? Is he doing it for you guys? Is it working for you guys?
You put on a helmet.
Getting bothered?
They put on helmets.
Is it working for you guys? That's why you guys are getting bothered?
Everybody, if they walk up, screen record.
Stay classy,
Yeah,
Portland.
definitely. You can run faster than the Depends man. Look at all them fucking old ass men, like 5 times my age. Like, I don't know how you're, bro. It's not gonna be you that catches.
This is classy, man. Like, they could be doing worse. That Nick Shirley guy had us thinking that.
Look
you
at
know,
them
it
really,
was
really
over,
bothered
bro.
by this.
Like, it was done.
Fucking losers.
You guys got
You know, civil war.
You guys want to attack people? You guys do not know how to de-escalate.
It is. That's what.
Don't let your homoerotic thoughts betray
Who's watching this? I think my monitor says I got 14 people watching this.
They're coming for
I think we
you.
got Dilemmas in the house. We got Woozle. Oh yes, I think Jerry Poppins maybe. Who's with us right now watching this outrageous behavior?
Diva.
Okay.
Hey, security, what a shit show, huh? Hey, it's a shit show, huh?
None of your fragile egos got hurt because of this demonstration. So who needs medical attention?
Bad.
Whose fragile ego is so hurt that you need medical attention?
Security's laughing at
That person's freedom of
Why don't you get out of this fucking chat? I'm not going home.
For the freedom of expression. Whose ego is so fragile that you need medical attention?
None of you guys can catch anyone. You're too old. You're an old white man that should be at home.
Like, why'd she have to bring race into it for? You know?
No one explained what white history is to me. What is white history? You guys were just born here?
You know, this just proves these people are retarded. Does it?
No, go.
Is it? Or is this what peaceful protest looks like in the year 2025?
No! Diva!
Well, they ran after the dancing dude.
Yeah!
Look at that. Look at that.
Hey! Bitch! Slow fucks! Slow fucks! I knew you weren't gonna catch him. I knew it. I knew it. Yep. He's not young. He's up there. He's up there. Fuck is this shit? It's okay. He'll be released in 30 minutes. Not a big deal. You're not gonna. This is our sidewalk. This is Los Angeles city property. You're not gonna tell anyone to move from here. Okay? Get back in your fucking under your shit. No, this is our sidewalk. We have a right to stand here. The LAPD has confirmed that we can stand here, okay? You are now in the street, okay? You are. Look at this, guys. We got hundreds of people. No, you are. It's because you're blocking me. Okay, so can I stand right there? Okay, but this guy's too close to me. This guy's too close to me. Don't hit me with that. You can't hit my flashlight. It's not illegal. Everything I'm doing, I've checked with LAPD. You're actually illegal. How can someone stand on the sidewalk when they're standing here like big-ass bullies? Look at this shit. White men in our city taking over, pushing us off our own sidewalk.
Did they come back with him?
Look at this.
They didn't get him. Oh, they got him.
Then move the fuck back! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! The fuck out of our
They
city.
got
Vinny
him.
Veneers, bitch! Shut up, old man! Shut up, old man! You old KKK fucking Proud Boys! Get the fuck out of the city, bitch! Get out of here! You're too old, you almost tripped! You almost tripped, bitch! Fuck out of the city, bitch!
This is crazy.
What the fuck
I
are
don't know
you?
why we haven't done this before.
Hey, get that fool out of here, bro! Security!
What a surprise, white man bad. Oh, come on, man. You gotta enjoy someone being a smartass.
Shut the
Calling out
fuck up,
these
bitch.
old. Well, she's
So
saying
is
you're too
kidnapping
old
families,
to
bitch.
run.
Get the fuck out of my shit. I'm restarting, bitch. Fuck
The
you,
reason
bitch.
why the white right are rising. I thought, come on. It is entertaining, right? I know what you're saying. But like, we don't even know what she is. She could be white, yelling at other white people. Who the fuck knows? Is that a Boston accent? I think so. All right, look, I'm cutting it off here. This is too entertaining. All right, I'm cutting it off. This is too much to handle. Oh man, ripping out racist shit, then yelling at cops for being racist. This chick is stupid. That is kind of funny. That is a pretty funny point though. Like she's just like, hey, old white man, you can't do anything, white boy. And he's like, you stupid KKK bastard. Yeah, it is funny. But like, she might be white, so she might be able to say that and not be racist, you know. Thank you everyone for joining. We're about to raid. So if you're watching this on YouTube, go over to Twitch right now. I will give you the address. The address, that doesn't make sense. The link, that's what I meant. I'll give you the link for Twitch. Go over to the Twitch like now. Okay, you got 30 seconds. Go over to Twitch now. Dude, we're going to do a full live stream of this. Yeah, I know, right? And it looks like a good time as well. Like, when we finish for the afters, remind me, next week we'll start watching this stuff again. Because it's like, there's 9 o'clock or whatever, I think it said over there. It's like peak time. Right? I think we can tell what Can you from that accent, though? I don't know. She's a problem.
That's Portland police.
I thought you got somewhere else there. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, look, everyone go over to Twitch. If you're on YouTube and you want to continue the party, we're going to go raid Indoctrinathan. That's right, the Indoctrinathan. We are about to raid the Indoctrinathan. And he's setting up to do the afters. And he's going to be taking this movement into the next gear for the rest of the afternoon. So like, go and click there. We're about to raid. We're gonna raid. So I hope you're all moving over to Twitch world. There's 9 people in Twitch. This is hectic. There we go. All right, you know what to do. So if you're watching this on YouTube land, thank you for joining. This has been very interesting. We're gonna do this again, I think, for another afters. I want to watch this protest. So good. Don't tell me how to live my life, fashions. All right, stay on YouTube then. Fine, you can tune into this by yourself, Dilemmas, because I know you really want to. But yes, thank you everyone for joining. It's been wonderful, and you know the drill. I am, you are, we are a mystery. And until next time, have a good weekend. Enjoy the time where capital cannot touch you. And we're going over to raid right now. Let me press my little raid button. Here it is. I'm going to search. As if it doesn't know I'm going to raid right now. Come on. I haven't raided anyone else. You know who I'm raiding. Indoctrinathan, we are coming for you. Am I going to knock and let Indoctrinathan know and be polite? No, fuck that. We're just going to raid Indoctrinathan. Let's start the raid. We got 2 viewers ready to raid, 3 viewers, 5 viewers, 9 viewers, 8 viewers ready to raid. 9 viewers? No, it's changed. All right, we're raiding now. Let's do this. I will see you over there. Thank you very much, everybody else. Goodbye. Enjoy your weekend.